New York to come to Texas, you got to be really desperate.
Wow. I mean,
like you got to talk them, really? You think they can't see how y'all treat black people? So what y'all think about immigrants and stuff? It was crazy. That was weird to me.
but they got to go
Because
home
he
because
did it,
people
he
from
did
New
it, and
York,
somebody else did it.
people
Another
in
weird
New
thing.
York are suckers for, the price go low now, they're going to come, they don't give a damn.
But to do an open invitation like that after he just walked a bunch of people out of here, right? To New York.
People just don't care about nothing no more. I know y'all in Miami was the only two cities major cities that had a Republican mayor.
When Texas?
In the country, they the only two cities for Republicans.
What city? Dallas?
So that's why when you be like, these Democrats, bitch, all of them are Democrats. Dallas and Miami are the only two large cities with a Republican.
Yes, the Democratic mayor was Republican.
Yeah, he was voted in as a Democrat and then changed to Republican once he won. Well, wasn't Giuliani he's Montana?
No, we talking about current, yeah. Yeah, he was a Republican, but he wasn't even he was what they call one of them Northeast Republicans. At least when he came, he didn't get to this right wing. Giuliani was a funny one. I look back and I have no idea how that motherfucker made it. But that's different. That's a power.
Republicans and Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, but you have to be lenient, and he was not lenient. Everybody we've had has been whatever they was. You have to really have a certain attitude to run that city, and he didn't fit none of that. I don't know how we got him in there.
Giuliani was a former federal prosecutor who went hard on Italians, being an Italian in New York. So he gained favor with a lot of individuals. And then he said, I'm going to be tough on crime. And then cheated on his wife. It's a lot of scandalous stuff he did if you were in New York City at the time. And then he was looking after his wife sued, took mostly everything he had. He needed a hustle. And he was friends with Trump, and they knew each other in Manhattan. And Trump said, I'll take you on the road and give you some fame and some money if you get out there and hustle me in front of people. And he ended up basically disgraced. And then when he made the claims against the two black women down there in the South, as far as them hustling the elections, they sued and won and put a judgment against his house and his properties. And he is
He's not out of that, though.
He is.
Yeah, he didn't have to give his house up.
He kept his house?
I don't know how.
Giuliani barely won. He was going against what was it?
But you have to remember how they was calling him America's mayor after he got in. But that's what I'm saying.
He was during the time of 9/11.
That was after 9/11.
No, he won before 9/11. What's going on here, y'all? Y'all remember they had the riots back in the 90s?
He won in the 90s.
He won behind that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's why I'm gonna be tough on crime. That's why when people talk about the crime bill, you have to know the culture of what was going on at the time. He was battling to see how much. No, it was black people too.
But remember, so when he won, niggas was outside wilding. That's how them kids got caught up in the
Don't say this in part 5.
No.
5 kids got caught up. Because remember, they were downtown, they would punch people in the face. They had the goddamn the riot.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm I'm saying is you had him
So
and
he barely lost, and white people was mad. So like they came out crazy, and that's how he won. He didn't want black people ain't vote for him like that.
No, but what I'm saying, I'm talking about the whole what was going on at the time. The crime bill came out around that time, and the National Black Caucus, National Black.
Yeah, during the crime bill.
I know. Let me just finish, y'all, and then y'all can respond. What I'm saying is, even when you look at like when Bush got in at the early '90s or the late '80s, they were battling him and Dukakis for who could go harder on crime. That was the thing, because black communities had been blistered by that crack epidemic. We kind of turned. We didn't know what else to do either. Like black people was getting robbed and shit. So that I'm just saying that whole era. So that he got in under that. Yes, fighting crime. That was the wave. That's what the Democrats and the all of them was on that. You know what I'm saying? That's how you got elected.
But they tried to picture black people and crime as synonymous. And there were some black people who said only because of two things: the crack epidemic that the CIA had put together, and also remember the music at that time, the rap music, and that whole, what's the lady name who was going against? Thank you very much. Who was saying this music is reprehensible, and so the architect said we need to put these two things together and bundle them. And this was right before the same time when Lynn Bias was killed. I'm sure he died of crack, and Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House out of Massachusetts, an Irishman, and Ronald Reagan, President of the United States out of California, an Irishman. The fix was in for the Boston Celtics to take Lynn Bias from the University of Maryland to the Boston Celtics, and he died right before he was going, and they threw that whole three strikes thing in. Some years later, C. Dolores Tucker and a few others got together.
We talking about New York. We got to talk about the whole world. Like the whole United States.
But all that, yeah. So that was interesting.
So I 100% agree when it came to the crime bill, right? But New York wasn't the same. New York couldn't stand the police back then. You gotta remember that kid back in the 90s, the ambulance hit the kid in the Jewish hospital. They couldn't take him to the. There was so much shit that was happening in the 90s where you got fucking the 7-5. I'm gonna do the right. He wasn't on that shit. That Haitian kid getting a fucking pipe up and down.
The
New Yorkers, like black New Yorkers, people like my father was not on it when it came because my dad was in the federal government. His dad always was able to vote New York. He voted for the kid. He did not vote for no damn Giuliani. Giuliani won because white people were mad, not because black people were. Black people were mad about the crack epidemic, but we were also pissed off with fucking white cops fucking invading our streets. We didn't know nothing about the CIA. The CIA information didn't come out until the late mid-90s. We're talking about a fucking man that took over in 92, 91 era.
After Dinkins, right?
Right after Dinkins. Dinkins barely, and it was a tight race.
It was only because that black kid was killed by that Jew who ran over the thing, and they got off the city.
And everybody in Brooklyn was losing.
That was in Brooklyn, yeah.
Right.
But all I remember about what's his name, Giuliani, is he was the one that put all of the police on the streets. I remember in Brownsville in particular, like we went from not ever seeing police like that unless it was like some shit going on to them literally on the tops. They was everywhere.
This is the real life inception. I'm restarting his lives over here.
Niggas used to pull girls to be like, hold this for me. Just, you know what I'm saying? Because they would stop and frisk real bad. Yeah. It was bad. Yeah.
He's the one who implemented it. Well, what I'm saying is that the way that they framed it was, this is what they told black people. If you don't want your grandma, because drug dealers and whatever, they robbing the old folks and the people in the community too. This is how they framed it. So we need more police. This is how they got black people on board with it and everything, because other black people were getting hurt. So they really got us to vote against our own interests. And it was New York, but it was DC, all of them cities that got tore up by the crack epidemic. New York and DC specifically, Detroit too, LA, they flipped it. And that's what what my whole point was about, when you got a good message and it's playing with, what's going on in real life. So they had the crack epidemic. People could see what was going on. And then people was getting fucked up. Like, the crime rate was off glass around that time. It's nothing like it is now. So they was able to just blame it on crack or drugs or, black people, quote unquote, without saying that. And some black people, especially the ones that, were doing well for themselves and, had just got a little money, they was able to persuade some of them black people, at least for the crime bill and that type of thing. And yes, he implemented stop and frisk. He designed it. He implemented it and everything. He's a terrible person. I hate Giuliani more than any person on this earth.
Are you talking about the crime bill, the federal crime bill that Biden put in, or are you talking about something specifically to New York?
No, it's something that's specific to New York.
No, I'm talking about the Biden crime bill.
From a bunch of, it was a lot of people. It wasn't just New York City.
No, I know. I'm saying the crime bill was for everyone. But if you go and look when they voted on the crime bill, they had the National Black Caucus. They had all of these black people on board for it.
There was only 11 that selected.
The reason that they did it was because, oh shit, my bad. The reason that they convinced, because it was like like people that would normally, it's what was in the bill and how they like. That's why I just hate the crime bill argument, because it was an overlay for the underplay. Those people did not know that they was voting for what they got.
I agree with you. I think this whole room agrees that, at least most of us that are mods agree that the crime bill was something that our parents, our grandparents, they wanted that. It was the Violence Against Women Act that was in it. It was the drugs getting swept off the street. Because a lot of those people like my dad, maybe your father, they didn't grow up around. They grew up around drugs, but they didn't grow up around the epidemic that was happening in the late 80s into the early 90s.
Yeah, and we didn't know that, this was government backed, a lot of it. We didn't know the ins and outs, you know what I'm saying? We didn't know about Iran-Contra. We just seen, in the South Bronx, if you go look at, it was called Fort Apache. They made a movie about it. That's where Colin Powell is from. I mean, crack bust that block, that whole neighborhood, it was terrible. Whole half all over there. We didn't know. We just was going outside seeing niggas with what's the things that they run up against your door? They would do that 4 or 5 times a week. Just be busting in people's house. And so we just thought yo, it's this crazy drug out. It kills people, and makes people turn into monsters. And that's just half the story.
Yeah, you gotta look at what Rick Brown, when you look at Freeway Rick.
Giuliani didn't win off of the.
Let me say something real quick without the moderators.
No, you can't, Truck. How about that?
No, I just feel like the moderators like the hawk. No one else can talk but the moderators. I noticed that.
Go ahead, my Nigga, if you don't talk, man, you done said that. Go ahead.
I got it, man, because I know y'all gonna interrupt me.
No, bro, go ahead. I want to hear what you gotta say.
All I was gonna say is what you just did, the battering ram situation. When you look at Freeway Ricky, who was really arguably the one who was the leader of the the crack epidemic that was going on out there. This was government funded and government assisted to our communities. If you watch Snowfall, for the average person that's comprehended, that's what really happened. You know what I'm saying? So when we look at this, we keep on looking to the government, whether it be Democratic, Republican, with the crime bills that Biden passed, which he did, and when you look at the current situation under the Trump situation, because the same shit that's going on is not working for us. It's not working for anyone, but it really ain't working for people of color. You know what I mean? So that's all I gotta say.
So black people became prey to the drug scene in Los Angeles in 1982, which is coming out of high school, went to the military, came back. My friends hit me up and told me the crack thing was going on. So I was right there. I remember the government supplying vials of cocaine via crack to people in the streets. I remember in certain parts of LA, the military were dropping off from helicopters in certain neighborhoods vials of crack cocaine on the ground. I remember in certain parts of LA, there were trains that go through Hyde Park, it's the street, and they were putting trains with caches full of weapons right in the middle of these neighborhoods. This was very deliberate. It wasn't that Rick Ross was not a leader. He was someone who was empowered because Ronald Reagan, Poindexter, and Oliver North needed a supply chain of money for the Contras, what was going on in El Salvador, and Iran was happening. That's what this was about. They were leveraging the money off the backs of black people to fund weapons to another country, and then criminalizing all the after effect that came of it.
I'm not disputing anything you said, bro. When I said leader, and he was definitely not the orchestrator of it, but I'm saying that he was the face that they put into place to implement it in the hood.
You're right.
He was the one that they used. Like, at the end of the day, he was played too.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So you are correct. I don't disagree with anything you're saying.
But it was Ronald Reagan and John Poindexter and Oliver North and the Central Intelligence Agency. That's who created the crack problem in the United States of America.
But to go deeper with Frank Lucas, how did he get the drugs here? Through caskets and Vietnam and shit.
That was in the 60s. I'm talking, I was just born. I wasn't even born. But I'm talking about specifically in 1982, 83, 84, where the crack scene entered and who did it.
What did you do before crack?
Contra and Oliver.
When you looked at Frank Lucas, right, it was heroin, then it was crack and AIDS. So before the crack season hit, when you look at Frank Lucas getting drugs over here in caskets and shit from the military, you know what I mean? Don't think that the government wasn't in on that shit too. Like all of this shit, you can't run an operation as intricate as what Frank Lucas did without help from the government. The same way it was with Freeway Ricky. You had help to do this shit. It was all planned, and it was all, and to be honest, it was planned when you look at what was going on with the opioids, that shit wasn't planned for the white boys to get addicted to that shit. That was supposed to be us.
And they did not go to jail also. They gave them treatment and humanized them. And the makers of the people who pushed opioids out, they didn't go to jail. The pharmaceutical companies didn't go to jail. Heck, even what's the white boy down in Florida who died? They gave him
What's going on, y'all?
Rush Limbaugh.
Y'all doing a lot. Where'd y'all get this story from?
It's just history, sister.
I think he's talking about Oliver North.
Not just the story. I got it with the Oliver North, but where'd y'all get this story? Like this story is like, oh, this is an exaggeration.
You talking about Rush Limbaugh?
No, I'm talking about people dropping crack vials off in the street.
Well, yeah, it didn't happen like that.
That is not what happened.
They traded drugs to like the weapons to certain people. They didn't just drop it off in the hood.
So they did weapons to certain people that later on we found out were drug traffickers.
Yeah, they had like secret, like it wasn't just like, oh here, let me throw you like you go $100.
We know you a dope boy. We're gonna turn our back.
But they did. But I follow what you're saying because the Oliver North thing. But okay, cool. My bad.
Okay, he was there. You got it.
Yeah, I got breaking news.
Go ahead, Lavon.
I don't know if you guys heard it because they just jumped back in. They were talking about a newspaper working on a story outlining ties between Einstein and Trump. Did y'all talk about that?
What did you say?
Now they're naming it, outlining that a major newspaper is supposed to be working on a story outlining ties between Trump and Einstein. Epstein. Did you guys talk about that again?
They won't do shit to Trump. Nothing's ever gonna go against them. It won't matter.
Then now they're saying the name of the newspaper is the Wall Street Journal, and that the White House has been pressuring them to kill the story, and that Trump has called it himself. Part of the alleged story is that Trump sent Epstein a birthday card for his 50th birthday, and he wrote on it, what was it? Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret, with a picture, a drawing of a naked woman, and like his name, Donald Trump.
Man, this man is a rapist. He's raped women. Why does anything Trump do surprise me? Like, I don't get it. Like, we all know he's a sleaze man. He's a piece of shit.
Wait, so
nothing surprised me.
The moderator interrupted you, and you just interrupted. What's going on here, Trump?
And you know what I hate, Patty? When people bring up the news like LeVon did, you got someone like Trump. Oh, y'all sound surprised. How she sound surprised? She just tells me what just dropped.
Like, I mean, you want that to be taken on? Like, who gives a fuck?
Sorry, that's serious. You don't give a fuck. Then go ahead and plug your ears.
Drudge Report is also so that was another story. Now, Drudge is reporting that Trump is calling the Wall Street himself to kill the story. Wall Street Journal is a right-leaning newspaper, so we'll see. This just dropped 15 minutes ago.
And they definitely are a right-leaning newspaper. So, yeah.
Nothing I have to
Thanks,
do.
buddy.
He's untouchable. Nothing's gonna ever
All
happen.
right, thanks for letting us know. Thank you. Thanks for letting us know.
You're so pressed. Like, why so pressed to defend them? Just stay on you.
I think he's a piece of shit. I'm not defending him. I think he's a rapist. He's a fucking rapist and a felon. How am I defending a rapist and a felon? That's what he is. So at the end of the day, I don't know why anybody is shocked. All of these stories, he's in the Epstein files, been in the shit. We all know that.
What are you talking about?
Nobody is gonna do shit to him because he got a court of motherfuckers protected him. So it doesn't really matter what the Wall Street Journal is.
said that 4 times now. Do you have anything to
And I'm gonna say your side, bitch, because I can. Fuck you.
Oh,
No. Don't be calling Patty up with that.
If he messes with the money, if he messes with the money like Jerome Powell, they'll get at him. You mess with the money, they get rid of him. Just like they did Kennedy, he messed with the money.
I put the link in the
And y'all know Trump likes to argue. Y'all need to let him argue with himself. Yeah, but he interrupted LeVon trying to give her breaking news. And he said he doesn't want the moderators interrupting him. Everybody stayed on mute for him. He could have stayed on mute for her. Yeah, he got problems. Look, anybody got a Wall Street Journal? I do, but I'm not home. I'm in the streets today. But I'll be home.
I think that's a preview of the story. That's not the full story, but I put the link about their birthday card that he sent him in there.
That's crazy, man. So when did he? So it was his 50th birthday. How old was Epstein when he died?
63, I think. I think he was 63.
Yeah.
They're saying, he was 63 when he died. They're saying that Ghislaine Maxwell put together or compiled together a birthday album with well wishes from his close friends, and like all of the letters or cards were body. I guess they mean like lacy. I don't know. And one of them was from Donald Trump. What's the secret he's talking about?
And you know what's crazy? Donald Trump says, I wasn't his friend for almost a decade since he got arrested. But most of the shit that he was doing was a decade before his last time.
Exactly.
You know, like, what's going on here? His girlfriend, Giuliani, who was supposed to be his damn recruiter, she left him almost a decade before then. So, like, yeah, he might have still been humping on kids' legs or whatever, but the shit that he was being investigated for was old shit.
Yeah.
So
CNN. Go ahead, Penny.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to step in you. CNN is reporting that Trump told the Journal he's preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else. I mean, the Wall Street Journal, obviously with incredible rigorous standards, is published it. So he's threatening to sue them.
Go ahead, sue them. That means all the exculpatory evidence of the Epstein files and let Maxwell come out and testify as to what's going on. So really, just like the Senate shut down the testimony of Maxwell, who's in jail today, because she wanted to, hey, I can tell, I got receipts, and they're like, no, leave her there. And then, I don't know what you saw yesterday, they fired the prosecutor of Epstein, which was Comey.
Yeah, Comey's daughter, I saw that too. Yeah,
Well,
I saw that in the New York Times. And I'm like, well, we got to get the House back.
And the Senate.
But especially the House. I mean, I guess both, but especially the House.
Because all the power.
We can get these congressional hearings and then freaking these bills. You know they're trying to sneak in another bill to like reverse some of the stuff with the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, I saw that. Did you see that the Dems walked out of the Senate hearing on Emil Bovee this morning?
Yeah. Oh, good.
Trump's lawyer.
Yeah, Trump's lawyer and Cory Booker, Senator Booker, kept talking of Schumer. I'm sorry, not Schumer. Grassley kept on. I actually wrote Grassley yesterday about this matter. But yeah, and now it advances to the full Senate for Emil Bovee. Trump has found his Cohen, the guy he's always wanted, who was a disgraced lawyer.
Hopefully the parliamentary will step in. But Donald, with this story, he also wrote in this card, we have certain things in common. What's that?
The island. like
The young girls and the crush on their own daughter.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, whoever said it.
It's getting real now. Yeah, Cory Booker was tweeting up a storm today. He was cracking me up this morning.
Where's Manfinity? I want to know what he thinks about the Epstein stuff.
The same.
I don't know. He got a girlfriend, and now he don't talk no more of that. It's crazy.
Yo, no, if that lady released a doctor, she need papers.
He's been in the cool. If he comes on stage, he just stays on mute. He does not speak. I have not heard his voice.
Well, shout out that girlfriend.
They said he got a doctor.
That's a man.
Girl,
That's
that's what they said.
You talking about Cory Booker?
No, Manfinity.
Talking about Manfinity.
Ain't no way he pulling a doctor. I'm sorry.
Yvonne, calm down. He told Miss Lisa, this is where I got the information from. Right, you know. No,
he can have Lisa, he's gonna want to talk.
oh my God. What did you just say?
I'm not trying to talk to Manfinity.
We know.
That was your move.
But it's true. I don't know. First of all, let's do this. He's met her. He's infatuated with her. I don't know. They met in a club, first of all. So she hasn't gotten to know him yet. Their first date is not until this weekend. So she's their first official date.
You want to laugh? If Manfinity has a woman, then Ashton has a man. Come on. I was just reading the message behind the scenes.
How about both of them got a man? How about that?
Oh my God, I'm about to lay down. All right, can we play
likes
kind of excited.
infinity men.
Oh, that's a
White
good
Lisa.
Infinity amounts of men.
That's a good.
Is she white, Lisa?
No, he had showed. Okay, this is what he did. He showed me. He didn't want to show, and I understand that because it's really none of my business. But he was sharing, so he showed me a picture. But he showed me only like how you can see her. He showed me like he cropped it so I could just see like half of her face. I could tell with her features she's a pretty girl, and she has a nice body, and that's just the facts. I mean, she was at the club. They're at the club, so she had on a cute little tight dress. And the way he described what she was doing, I knew that somebody knew what they were talking about, just like he was describing her internship. So I knew that somebody knew what they were talking about, and he's really excited. I told him, I said, this ain't gonna last because you don't know how to regulate yourself. You playing the representative now, and she really doesn't know you. Don't talk. Don't say nothing. No, seriously, man, Finity just need to not even say nothing. Let her think whatever she's thinking that got her to give him
That's what I'm saying, man. Finity was talking.
And just don't say nothing.
Yeah, but you just know the best women can change the worst men. So like,
No, we cannot. No.
they can. You really can. Like,
Nah, that's what these women be thinking until they get into some fuck shit.
Yeah.
Right, but there's dudes that make sacrifices once they have a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
If this woman is a doctor, if she's a doctor, then she wants a career. Infinity want a woman that's gonna stay home and have
5 children. First of all, he can't take care of 5 children and a wife. Second of all, she's not gonna want to be. She went to school. She's already graduated, so she's in her internship. It is nowhere in the world. If I was her, I'd try to get somebody, closer to where I am, because it's hard for you to be in that position and go that low down. I mean, not disrespecting anybody, but you know what I mean? I mean, she's the female, and she's gonna drop her financial expectations that low. Maybe should be the one staying at home and taking care of 5 kids. It should not be her. And I don't think she's going to look. She's very religious. That's another thing. Her parents are ministers. He's watched the YouTube videos of her parents' church or congregation. So he knows that's true. And it's just interesting. I think it's going to calm him down, which it has, and I think that's the good part of it, the good outcome. He doesn't talk anymore in the rooms. He stay on my stage all night and to say one word. He rarely comes in anymore. He changed his PTR from the cross, and I don't know if that's him in the PTR that he has up now. Is that the way?
No, that's not him.
That's not him. Oh, okay. All right.
Why you say that? That was the beard of the ugly suit he had on for the. No, that's not him. He's not that light skinned.
No, someone told me he was light skinned.
He's not light skinned. No, he's not.
He's not.
So y'all remember when he took the picture of the ugly suit? His beard was showing. Yes, his beard was showing, and his hands were dark.
His hands were showing in that picture?
Yes. His knuckles, his dry knuckles that he didn't put no cream on.
And I don't like that. I take a screenshot of that.
And the beard did not look like the one that. It don't look like the same beard? Okay. No.
In the picture.
Y'all killing this cat, dude. Y'all killing this
him.
Look, I put the photo right
Yeah, man.
that video. In that video.
Actually, you're being very nice.
From White House. On February, isn't it? Yeah, terrible. You know the video at the Black Magnet in the White House? Yeah. Are you in that video?
Okay.
You remember when he showed us his hands when he showed us the Trump ring?
Well, I think Infinity was just looking for love, and he was probably looking for it with Trump, and now he found it with the woman. So he might. No, I'm serious. A lot of these the straight men get butterflies when Trump talks, and that's because they don't have no good woman or nothing to do. So hopefully this young lady will put some time on his hands, get him to touch grass, but I wonder if she's like a Republican too, because the last last girl he was talking to, she was like a Republican. I was like, damn, I know she had a bad wig.
Okay, you know why no just? Because he was concerned because he saw a picture of the mother and the father standing behind a picture of the Obamas. So that's a good. If you're really MAGA, you would be taking a picture in front of a picture of Barack Obama and his wife. So.
Oh, well, it's fine. No man is not gonna. Well, no man is gonna. I don't think no man would pick Trump over no girl. And if you do, then you know. But
Nah, I disagree.
what?
You said these men won't pick Trump over a girl.
Like if she like, oh, I can't be with no Trump supporter. I think he'll put together.
Trump, Giuliani.
Trump don't even like Trump. Oh, keep him come up and get your
I don't know. You could be ready to give their life to Trump. So I mean,
that's sad, bro. I would think like you don't want to be happy. It's like, damn.
So I wish him good luck. I hope
he's gonna try to persuade her if she's not a Trumper. He's gonna
do that. I agree with you on that.
That's impossible. A black woman just like is that. I just don't see that happening. I see him being persuaded before her, and I don't even know her.
He'll have a Trump wedding.
I think he's pretty crazy, but I don't know about him.
If he tries to run that stuff on her, and she's a physician, so she should be fairly intelligent. He's gonna lose her. She's gonna be like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you get like doctors, teachers and stuff, they're not able to really be swayed like that. Like it's too much. They see stuff. Well, good luck, man, Kennedy.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Good luck. I wish him luck. I hope he finds love. You know what I'm saying? I want that for everybody. So I wish him luck.
I agree. I hope so, because he's awfully fascinated by my titties.
Whoa. What again? I'm sorry, what? About what?
I quit.
Yeah, he likes to. First lady not here to tell me about myself. He likes to. When we're crashing, he likes to talk about my titties. Like, I guess he's going in my back page and
he might want to be.
Photos, but I just wanted one more chance with him so that I could tell him about my 38 Ds. And I don't know nobody else like that. Right? I bet ain't no woman looking for that limp dick he got. But my titties is on point.
Damn.
Period.
I'm just playing.
That means just be calling you big titty dads. Not big titty dads now.
Damn, big titty dad, big titty. It's a lot of titties.
It's dad with the D.
He said they're limp titties.
Double D dad.
But what they are, big titties. They 38 double Ds.
Just they did.
I don't know nobody that would turn those down. Not no
They
man.
call you Double Deborah. Just they just call
Actually,
it Deborah.
double D stands for Delta Diva. It stands for Delta Diva. But I think that's pretty hypocritical of him to take his cross down because he called himself trying to date.
You remember like the Chia Pet? Instead of that, it's the Deborah.
Yeah, but I want to tell, I'm probably as old as his mother. Why is he so fascinated by my titties? Do he like his mother? You gotta go fuck on his mom's titties.
He probably wasn't breastfed. It's okay, then.
He probably was breastfed.
For too long,
He likes that whole milk.
she probably kept doing it into his teenage years. Because, that's how they turned out. Like,
He likes that whole milk. You know what I'm saying? He likes that whole milk.
Oh, there's too much.
Full. To the brim. Always giving.
I'm sorry, y'all. It ain't even midnight. Y'all go ahead.
Yes, that's all right. We're close enough.
Guess what?
voice wins. We got some big wins.
Shut up.
Why? What is wrong with you, Dan?
Well, Bam needs to be quiet. I already have my shower. I'm literally chilling, and everything's good. Damn,
Love it all. I love it all. Love winning. Hey, I ain't got no problem there. So, like, full.
And we love you.
Something to hold on to. Something to hold on to. That's all.
Hold on to what?
I don't like it.
Dan better stop talking.
I don't like it skinny. I don't.
I was at Walmart when that
Oh my God.
conversation went last. Hello?
What?
Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, babe. What'd you say?
I was saying that I was what?
You guys will not believe who was in the room bonding last night at 3 o'clock in the morning. You won't believe it. Just take a guess. Let's see who guessed.
Dr. Response.
Grant? Hell no!
Grant?
Nope.
Matt Benedict?
Nope. You will not guess this.
Dr. Adams?
I was asleep, so I heard them like through my and then I woke up and I looked at the phone.
Anthony?
No.
Well, it was water and somebody else, right? It was water and
Yes,
somebody
it
else.
was water and Scotty.
Going for water.
I could not
Yeah.
believe it. Bonding like a mofo. I think Scotty was at the casino.
Yeah, he was
I
on
could
the
hear
West Coast. That's why he was away. He was on the West Coast.
right. I could hear him in the casino. You know, the casino noise. And it was him.
Were they both?
Oh, it was only 3 of them. Well, the room was open. I guess the audience was asleep because why was that interesting? But it was Scotty, it was Ashton, and it was Water. First of all, it was just Scotty and Water first. I was like, what is going on here? They having a real bonding moment. And then Ashton came in. I don't know why she was so hyped. What was going on in her life? But God bless her. Whatever it is, God bless her and keep her. That was interesting. So it's at the end of the room, if you guys want to go back and see. But it's at the end, very end. I think it was maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
She was defending Texas. That's what she was saying.
Nobody was talking about Texas. They were talking about casinos.
Before I left, they were defending Texas. They were bonding over Texas.
That's wild. Lisa, you guys talked about this alleged Dr. Did birthday card that Trump sent to Epstein.
Dr. Who?
Birthday card.
Yeah, this is the big news. This is the breaking news of the moment. That they found a letter, a handwritten letter that supposedly, and I'm going to go back and look again for the receipts, that supposedly Trump sent Epstein on Epstein's 50th birthday. Has a picture of a woman's body and signs it saying, let me grab the story for you. Hold on a second. I want to get it exactly right.
Yes, it sounds salacious. I just need to be truthful.
I'm just waiting for Justine to come out and tell the truth, the real truth about what was going on. She is the book. She is the list. So let's read no longer.
Jolene yesterday. Her name's Justine today. What's her name gonna be tomorrow, Lisa?
Gasoline.
Somebody.
Her name up.
I can't get it. Look at the spelling of that. I can't pronounce that. What kind of name is that?
I'm dead.
I would love to be her bestie.
I found it if you want it, Lisa. It's Aaron Parnas.
So tell us what it is, a handwritten letter with a picture of a body?
I'm going to let him tell you. I'm going to just play it for you. It's Aaron Parnas reporting on it, okay? Just
That's Patty. It's her room.
Oh, sorry.
No. Y'all play it. It's not my room.
All right, I got it queued up. I'll play it for you.
We have bombshell news. The Wall Street Journal just published an article showing that Donald Trump wrote a handwritten letter to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday. Folks, this letter is stunning. The letter, according to the Wall Street Journal, is body like others. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the shows the woman's breasts and the future president's signature squiggly, Donald, below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. This is a conversation in the letter in third person. Quote, there must be more to life than having everything. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Letter concludes, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Now, Donald Trump denied writing this letter, saying this is not me, this is a fake thing, it's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women. It's not my words. He threatened to sue the Wall Street Journal if it published it. This is significant. Spread the word so more people know and follow along for all the news you need to know about.
I know you're always looking for breaking news, so that's what.
Dirty man. That's a dirty man. And I bet you, he says, I never drew anything before in my life. Let's get his kindergarten teacher or somebody, because I know he's probably got a bunch of dirty shit somewhere.
What do you mean his kindergarten teacher? What about his college professor? That's how he communicates with pictures. Didn't they tell you that he has to have pictures on his briefs? That when they give him the morning briefs, he has to have pictures instead of words? That was the first term?
God help us. I'll put the link in the chat for you. You can look at. You can see actually the picture of it.
Just as his last one.
Okay, so, but look, you cannot mistake his signature, right? His signature is very unique. So come on now. I mean, it's authenticated with that signature. So come on now. It's real.
You cannot, I don't believe anything you say about him. You don't have to try to convince me. I don't believe any story they put out.
About him? You think it's just another made-up story?
No, I said I believe everything because all the stuff that we know that he has done, why would this be a bridge too far?
Oh, it's not a bridge too far.
Especially if he forgets, then you know he did it. Because he be forgetting everything. And it's like, here it is. There it is. Right in your face. I don't know.
Over 30 years ago.
And this dude actually said, when was that, yesterday? He said that Obama wrote the Epstein list. I mean, this dude is so slow. He's so problematic. This dude got problems.
It's that blood flow problem.
You have lived your whole life lying, conniving, cheating, and stealing. And that's all he knew before we knew it. We just didn't know. But his family knew. He doesn't know anything else. He doesn't have an honest bone in his body. And he doesn't have a heart. His heart, he doesn't have one. So,
didn't multiple people come out against him?
Yeah.
Like multiple people about his family.
Cousins, his niece is
sister.
a psychologist or something. She wrote a whole book on it and told the story. So, I mean, it is what it is.
I have another great clip if you want to hear it. This one is from Ken Olin talking about Trump yesterday, one of the comments Trump made yesterday, if you want to hear it. Yes or no?
You can play it,
Yes.
Okay, I'll play it for you. Here we go.
Bring down in here. Manny should hear this too.
Here we go.
So, yesterday, so-called president treated us to an acid trip down memory lane. Where he talked about his great uncle John, who was a professor at MIT, teaching the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, who, as Donald said, was really brilliant. So let's review. First of all, Ted Kaczynski never went to MIT. This story is a complete fabrication. And I don't know about you, but making up a story in which a family member taught a terrorist, it's not something I would necessarily be proud of. So my feeling is either Donald Trump is demented, insane, or he has tertiary stage syphilis. Either way,
say syphilis?
That was his third guess.
You know that makes people lose their mind. Tertiary stage.
Right.
Oh, okay. Tertiary syphilis. That's a good one. I have to. Well, I'm gonna use that.
A lot of people back in the day, before you had penicillin, they weren't able to see it. They were banned because of the syphilis.
We can't hear you, babe. They're behind your phone. Sound like
You can get him cardiovascular disease and syphilis.
No, I was saying back in the day, when penicillin was invented, which is the treatment for syphilis, if you weren't treated, syphilis can advance to stationary to protect the brain.
Hey, TC.
Good afternoon, ladies.
I keep wanting to ask TC how's Magnum, but TC, you're not that old.
No, I'm not MAGA. Sorry.
I didn't say MAGA. I said Magnum. Magnum PI. It was a show, but it was before your time.
Oh, TC, yeah, I get it. I've got those.
They got Magnum PI. Yeah, they got Magnum PI in the 2000s.
No, I've never watched the show, but I've gotten the TC from Magnum PI. Hey, you're TC from Magnum PI. Yeah, I've gotten that before. I've gotten all of it. Got Chris Brown, Dak Prescott.
They lied to you about Chris Brown.
No, believe it or not, if you look at my wife and I in our
No, you don't look nothing like TC. You don't TC. You look nothing like.
No, but seriously, if you look at my wife and no, it's your story. We got Chris Brown's for our high school pictures. She got Rihanna, I got Chris Brown. That was
You
fun.
got a beautiful wife. She don't look like her.
And then I get Dak Prescott. I get who's the other guy? Fuck is his name? Chicken Jr. Yeah, I get a few of these light skinned dudes. Sinbad.
I see Sinbad.
I see
You got some
syphilis.
drunk friends, don't you? Your friends are drunk most of the time, weren't they?
Chris Brown is high.
Why is it Trump?
Because they got those drunk glasses on. I don't see the Sinbad. I do not see the Sinbad. I'm sorry.
I see the Dak Prescott.
I have the Dak Prescott PTR. The one is the one I get the most. But yeah, no, true story. Back when I was in college, I'll do a screenshot of my college pictures. They did like the celebrity lookalike thing for the yearbook, and I got voted for.
You went to a white school where all black people look alike?
You know what? That's funny. I did go to a white school.
Okay.
High school. I see your year. I did go to a white school. Yeah, that's funny. We can tell. Anyways.
Well, then I look like Chris Brown too.
Did you have a Gumby fade when you were younger? Like that Gumby fade is?
You talking about like the Timmy Turner?
No, like Bobby Brown or my prerogative.
Bobby Brown. Yeah.
No, I did the Timmy Turner for a little bit. Like when I was in ROTC, I did the Timmy Turner, but that was about it.
I had a white teacher in one of my nursing class courses that told me that I look like Oprah Winfrey, that stupid bitch.
Wow, she got no black friends. She has no
I
black
was a
friends.
black person in the class, and this bitch literally said,
You know who you look like to me, Lisa? Honestly.
I look like fucking Oprah Winfrey. I said, how?
No. I don't get Oprah. You know who I get? I get Whitney Houston. Is anybody Whitney? Lisa? Whitney
I do
Houston?
not look like Whitney Houston.
I do get Whitney Houston.
Oh, you might get it, but nobody else does.
Nobody, you guys don't think she looks like Whitney Houston? I think she looks like Whitney Houston.
No.
That's coming from somebody who believes they look like Chris Brown.
I don't say I look like. Wait. I didn't say I think I more like Cuba Gooding Jr. I think I get Cuba Gooding Jr. a few times.
Oh, again, what is wrong with these people in there?
I get Cuba. No, I do. I get Cuba Gooding Jr. I get Dak Prescott the most. Those two guys I get the most.
I get the Elephant Man. Who's the Elephant Man? I get that a lot.
Elephant Man is better than you.
Oh, well played. Well played.
Have you ever had to Major TC?
I don't know who that is. If it's some sort of ugly white guy, I mean, yeah,
It's a black
you're
guy.
very funny, Betty.
Major is, right?
Very funny, very funny. Again, I got all the jokes. I wish I could tell Betty what she looks like, but she wears too much makeup, so that won't work.
No, well, this was the Big Show. When I was working at the WWE, the Big Show used to call me, Bob Newhart.
I see Bob Newhart. Yeah, I see that.
All white people don't look alike, TC.
Sandra looks like
Man, you look like Captain Kangaroo.
what's the name of that
Whatever his name, I forgot.
Sandra looks like Yolanda Adams. That's what Sandra looks like. Sandra looks like Yolanda Adams. I don't know if you guys know who Yolanda Adams is.
Why do we all look like singers? R&B.
I'll take that. She's beautiful.
She looks like Yolanda Adams.
Sandra is beautiful, but why we always gotta be R&B singers? You know, you stereotypical nigga. I want to look like one of the Now I said I want to look like one of the ladies on Hidden Figures. Why we gotta be entertainers and shit? You want to be a basketball player. You want us to be R&B singers. I want to look like a fucking scientist up in here. I want to look like Jasmine Crockett. How about that?
God damn, do you not want to look like Jasmine Crockett?
I do. Are you laughing? She's beautiful.
Have you seen her? Wait. Have you seen her without her makeup on? See, y'all be doing this women shit, but like you gotta look at them without their makeup on.
Have you
I
seen
see
her
her
without
without
her
her
makeup?
Yes.
So what? It only the way she
Have these women out here with all this makeup on? You gotta look at them without their makeup, because without the makeup, it's a totally different story. It is.
But makeup has been around for centuries.
Like Rihanna's beautiful, but Rihanna does not look anything like what she looks like with her makeup. Like that's a great example.
Well, she has a makeup line. She's supposed to promote her product.
That's fine. I'm not
come out without promoting her line.
I'm not stopping her from
makeup.
I'm not stopping her from wearing makeup. I'm just saying they don't look. When we're talking about who people look like, you can't because the makeup just completely changes the face. When I look at Rihanna without makeup, she looked like I would not be able to recognize her in a lineup, and neither would none of you be able to identify Rihanna in a lineup without her makeup.
Said, right? You know what he just said, ladies? We need to get a makeup line for men because some of these niggas need to be transformed.
They already got it, Lisa.
Transform you. I need to start my own makeup.
Lisa, they already have it.
They do? Foundation is
yes, the whole 9 yards. They already have it.
It's horrible. Not you, GA, because I know.
Yeah, they do.
I know
GA. You look like a leprechaun in one of your pictures.
Hey, listen, nobody's calling anybody ugly. I'm just saying.
I didn't say leprechauns are ugly. They're cute.
No,
they look different in real life versus like what they have the makeup on. It's like a completely different person.
Well, some of you niggas need that. It look different for real. A whole lot different.
Listen, has anybody said you might look like you're related to? I'm not saying you are related to Jennifer Hudson.
Yeah, I get Jennifer Hudson. I said Whitney Houston. I said Whitney Houston.
I'll take both. No one's ever told me.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
They're all beautiful. Yeah. All women are beautiful. Stop doing this stuff. Like you're not in the name of
I was going to wear though. I would have.
You know when you don't realize it. Because you can look at Patty. You can look at Patty and see that she has beautiful features and that she's a beautiful woman.
much makeup. Stop it. I said, we don't know what Patty
You
looks like.
did, okay. All right, you got it. I'm not even never
How am I gonna tell somebody? How am I gonna tell somebody they wear too much makeup? I don't wear makeup, so how am I gonna tell somebody they wear too much makeup? I've never said somebody wear too much
I've
makeup.
been on Chatter Live.
So what did you say?
I said we don't. I don't say. I said because we don't know what Patty looks like because she wears makeup. Is what I said. I didn't say she wears too
That night I was
much.
on live. I was in my nightgown, my home nightgown, and we had no makeup on.
I've never seen you without makeup, so I'm happy to look at you without makeup and tell you what you look like. But I've never seen you.
That's right. I'll let you know.
Makeup, honey, TC, please. No, nobody needs your approval.
But nobody's asking for approval. I said, you guys know me what I look like. I said who you look like. I'm not saying anybody gets approved here. Like, I got a whole
Well,
wife.
you said I would love to see you without makeup, so I can tell you who you look like. She looks like Patty, so we don't need to look like anybody.
But we're talking about doppelgangers.
What do you think about your? Okay, so since you got some opinions today, what do you think about your president getting ready to die of coronary vascular disease? How about that?
They did not diagnose him with coronary vascular disease.
But they tell me what they diagnosed him as.
Yeah, it was like intervascular disease. It's like it's common.
Intervascular disease.
CVI.
It's intervascular or something like that.
It's no inter.
CVI.
What is it? CVI. So it's not coronary vascular disease. It's very common on older
Very
people.
common. You probably have it too, Matt. All fat men have it, especially fat white men. They all got it.
And you being a nurse, Lisa, you should know how to misdiagnose somebody.
Excuse me. I didn't misdiagnose anything. I know what I'm talking about. You don't. Don't challenge me on medical shit. First of all,
So you know he has coronary vascular
okay,
disease.
you and Matt just keep talking among yourselves. Okay, I'm not doing you two cardiac surgeons. Let you guys go ahead and tell us what it's all about.
TC, this is Roswell's health condition, right? This is Roswell's health condition, TC.
It's amazing how you maggots know everything about everything. Can you tell me how? Cardiovascular surgeons go in and do a cardiac, ischemic heart? Can you describe to us how that procedure is performed?
Yeah, they take a pincer, run it through the veins, through the left artery of the heart, and they
He knows
extract
nothing of what he's
Blow.
the ventricular artery. Yes, I know exactly what
No, you
it's
don't.
Okay,
Just
so
make up Matt said, then you blow.
Do you know the difference between an artery and a vein?
you know the difference
Do
between
you know
an
the
artery?
difference between an artery and a vein?
You know that?
Oh, God. Why
I
did I
know
go down this
what a
road?
ventricular artery is. Yes, I have.
The ventricular artery
You know the
versus
difference
what?
between an artery
The aortic artery?
That's correct, Lisa. Good job. You get a brownie point.
Good job. Nigga, you did heart transplant.
Good job. She just made up a whole thing, and you went to explain something, and she just made it up.
Really made
The
it up.
aortic artery is a real thing.
And you over here trying to sound smart,
Really
bro.
explain it.
That's hilarious.
I know there's the aorta and then there's the ventricular artery. So.
Oh, Lord. Yes, you do, baby cake.
I already.
You see, how was it going to Liberty University being the only Democrat in the whole field?
You know what, Patty? You so Patty.
No, I really want to know. Were you always a Democrat or you were
I don't know. Maybe when you could tell me, Patty, what it was like being the only female military officer DEI hire. So you can tell me that.
I wasn't a DEI hire, brother.
TC,
But for real, how was it?
I wasn't a Democrat when I went to Liberty University. I was
This man flip-flopping again.
I'm telling you.
Actually, what I did was I actually ran my own club, and so I started my own club at Liberty University.
What was it called? Tell me more about this.
It was called the Independent Club.
Back and forth.
It was called the Confused Club.
Who is your
Dunkin' Donut Club.
guidance?
Dunkin' Donuts.
So
You got that story about donuts, right? This is the Donut Club.
That's how I know you guys got long memory, because she remembers the donut story.
Yes,
that
I
was,
do.
Yes, and that was actually the club that I had the donuts in my car for. So that's funny that you guys remember that story. That's how y'all thought I wasn't lying about it, because I was actually the club I was raising. No, we raised money for my club by selling donuts.
And he got pulled over with some donuts.
With some crispy
Hold on. In my Chevy video, I got pulled over.
Oh,
Because
please
the
don't tell
officer
this
thought
story
I was
again.
doing evasive maneuvers.
Please don't.
And then he had a dog run around my car, pull me out, put me in handcuffs, put me in jail,
Did you have that
and
crispy
said that I had,
That he had cocaine on the donuts.
that the dog hit on my donuts, and there was nothing to be found in the
The
donuts.
dog hit on my donuts. Oh, wait a minute. I am liberal. I see what you just wrote. Not just wrote, but black people talk about health. That's a twist, and then you put a laughing face. Well, you can show up on Sundays when we talk nothing but health. And if you're an African American man, which you got a man face in there, I don't know if you're a man, it's even geared towards you. So you might want to come. There's some good information. We talked about cardiovascular disease, and we talked about, limp discs.
Hypertension. He's a white guy, Lisa.
Oh, why you should
Yeah, you're wasting your breath. He's a white guy.
We talked about ED. We talked about ED, but I didn't like that comment, like black people don't get health care. We do get health care. We are in health care. I work with nothing but black doctors. I work with a world-renowned neurosurgeon, a world-renowned eye doctor who invented the phaco machine for cataract, black female out of UCLA. I worked around a very well-renowned heart surgeon. That goddamn, what's his name, who said he separated twins? Ben Carson was a quack. I will admit that. He was a piece of shit quack. And then, let's see, I work nothing but around excellence. Excellent, very good health care. So I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
So what was the name of your club, TC? Dope Boy, I know you got caught up, Dope Boy. What was the name of your
Just know we raised $2,500 for it.
What's the RNA, liberal?
We raised over $7,000 for like a all night worship night on my college campus, and we did a few other things. We did a documentary.
A letter.
We did a few events.
Yeah, that's what he's
So you were a Christian?
Okay,
You're Christian?
I think he's talking about the ribonucleic acid. That's maybe what he's talking about. Acid.
That too, liberal.
You're a molecule that's in all living cells.
I wish I was liberal in a couple of people's DNA. I wish I was running amok in. Thank you, sir.
You know what I don't get about the liberals?
Shout out to Lisa for being an RNA.
Do you guys even know what you did wrong in the 2024 election? That's how
We didn't do
it's about.
shit wrong.
I'm curious if the liberals know what they did wrong. No, I'm just curious. Like, you lost an election. You lost it very, very badly. You lost all the states.
Let me read
You
your
lost
bio.
Congress and you lost the White House. So I'm just curious.
Lisa, whenever you're ready, open up your room, please. Okay, let me read liberal. She's asking me to. Okay.
What are we going to do without Big
Aww,
going away?
that's sweet. I give you a hug, liberal. Can I give you a hug?
JC, what are we going to do with Big Bird going away?
You'll feel even better now, baby.
NPR.
Yeah, no. I mean, listen. I don't agree that. Listen, man, I do not agree with NB funding PBS.
Really?
PBS is a very PBS is a very. I understand that they
Really?
Why?
You want your tax dollars?
Man, go to sleep. PBS
I
is important.
swear, I don't agree with everything.
PBS is a part of my childhood.
PBS is important. I'm sorry, PBS is extremely important. I get that they started to
$64, $79.
I'm sorry, goddamn. TC.
They are the left.
No, they're not, man.
All 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I used to watch watch Arthur. I used to watch.
Yes. Like, come on, y'all gotta get it together. Magic School Bus. Finding Your Roots is on PBS. Finding Your Roots.
What's the
That is a great show. Dragon Tales, Lamb Chop. Finding Your Roots. Finding Your Roots.
I don't know nothing about Finding Your Roots. That sounds like something.
You don't watch that? They go to DNA. Your history of your particular people and
I grew up in the 90s. I don't know nothing about
their
the
lineage
60s.
all the way before coming to America. It's
Stop it,
great.
TC. You're going too far now. See, you're trying to
Was it
please
Reading Rainbow?
then you want to go.
Reading Rainbow, yes. What else? What other PBS shows I used to watch? What's the one with the they were like outer space, getting on outer space. What the fuck was that show? Oh my god, what's the name of it?
And the science rock. Was it Sid and the Science Kid?
No, not that one. Do you guys remember the one with the dog and the detective? What's his name? Spot? What?
What crime? The McGruff dog? What are you talking about?
No, not the.
Where did you go?
No. Remember the detective dog? It was a detective dog. He was like a not a Doberman. He was like a. Oh, it was on PBS all the time.
Cyber Chase.
Cyber Chase. That's what I was thinking about earlier. Cyber Chase. But no, this one was like a detective dog.
Oh, don't forget Caillou.
Caillou, yes. Caillou.
That was my son's favorite.
That's who you look like, TC.
My son loves Caillou.
That's who you look like, TC. You look like Caillou.
I was a Barney kid. I grew up with Barney. I grew up with Barney. I had a Barney doll.
Yeah, that was my show.
What about the Big Comfy Couch?
Big Comfy Couch, yes.
Y'all used to watch Bill Nye?
Bill Nye the Science Guy, yes.
Yeah.
Where y'all getting all these
What about that one with the blue dog?
Because we used to watch when we was a kid.
You're thinking Nickelodeon. You're thinking Disney.
Where in the world is
Yo, all I used to watch was PBS Kids. Because I didn't have cable, so all I did was watch PBS Kids when I got home from school. That's it. Like the whole lineup, all the way through. And then on Saturdays, we would watch WB Kids.
So Matt, why would you want it so bad after you see all of the memories that we have, all this teaching and learning?
For my kids, dude, what was that one girl? She would fix animals, dolls. What was that little black surfer girl?
You're talking about Comfy Couch? Talking about Comfy Couch?
No, she would fix like toys, and she was a doctor. But she was a little girl, and she would fix toys. That was the cartoon I actually gave my sons watch all the time. What was her name?
Dogwood Stubbins?
No, she was a little black girl, and she was like, she would fix animals.
Not great.
She would fix toys.
That's current. Gracie's Corner.
What year was it? Are we talking the 80s, 70s? What are we talking?
This is more recently, and what was it? Cartoon. I know she was.
Was Reading Rainbow, was that guy weird to y'all when you was a kid?
No, he was in Roots.
Doc McStuffins.
That's the one you just said.
Oh, well, yeah, correct.
Yeah, that's what TC just said.
No,
I thought it was weird.
he's a great actor. I couldn't get with Reading Rainbow as much. I got Mr. Rogers more than I got Reading.
I didn't like
Mr.
Mr.
Rogers
Rogers.
is weird.
He looked kind of weird.
What about the guy that used to paint? What was his name?
Oh.
With the big
afro?
Big afro, yeah.
He was a creeper
I think he
too.
passed away.
It's Bob, but he was a creeper too.
Bob, yes.
Bob Ross. Yeah, he's a creeper.
But Bob Ross is like old school, right? And those were like
Old.
I couldn't really watch that shit because he looked like he was from like the 60s or something.
He looked like he was a creeper.
He was high.
I used to just like to watch what he was painting. I wasn't looking at him.
I was convinced that Mr. Rogers was a creeper too.
No, honestly, the one show that stayed the test of time was Sesame Street. Sesame Street is undefeated without, like, that's one of those timeless shows that you cannot put in a specific, like, genre. Or
Even Luther was on Sesame Street.
Everybody was on Sesame Street.
Yeah, even now Sesame Street in Vegas, so I hope they don't do away with Sesame Street. That would be good.
Right, like Elmo came up.
That's why I learned about Latinos. Because I didn't know nothing about Latinos until the Latino puppet, because I'm from Detroit, so we had nothing but black kids. We knew there were no Spanish kids in Detroit. So it was all blacks. So like what's that Spanish puppet? What's her name? Like Esmeralda, it's not Esmeralda, what's her name? What's the Spanish puppet? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Her name starts with an E. Anyways, she had a Spanish accent. That's when we first learned about Spanish people. And I personally have never met a Spanish person until I got to like middle school. It's crazy. But yeah.
Maria is crazy.
Maria, yes.
Yeah, that's Maria.
Anyways, that's PBS for you. So no, they should know, Matt. I am anti them cutting PBS. They need to cut the Tavis Smiley show. He should not be on PBS. A lot of those other left-leaning shows that are on PBS should not be on PBS. They're definitely left. Like Tavis Smiley has no business being on PBS.
Frontline, should you watch those? It's ridiculous.
The kids programming was great.
Frontline is not left-leaning. Frontline isn't left. Do you really watch Frontline?
Of course.
So where do you get the left-leaning from Frontline?
Just opening my ears and listening.
No, they talk about news stories.
And he's saying it's left-leaning because there's only brown and black people on the damn show. He's annoying.
What's going on? Are you for real, man?
Yeah, of course. Hey, man,
Maybe you need to rewatch Frontline.
I watch Frontline. I can watch.
Frontline is no way left-leaning.
Wait, Patty. Have you watched Tavis Smiley though?
So we all know Tavis Smiley is left-leaning. I got 100% on that. But he said Frontline.
But man, don't you have one of those new German hearing aids? Like you just now starting to hear, right? Yes, that's correct. Just saying. Just now starting.
I know when Quinn comes
you still
up,
can't hear us.
he about to say something.
No, PBS should be like C-SPAN. Honestly, PBS should be like C-SPAN. C-SPAN does a great job. I listen to C-SPAN on a regular basis. C-SPAN will have a call line for Republicans and a call line for Democrats. And they give both sides equal time to speak on issues. They cover the Congress. They are not slanted. C-SPAN, PBS should have operated more like C-SPAN. Yes, they were going to cover political issues.
Hey, TC, man, I got a question, man. How do you go from Detroit with no cable and PBS to Liberty University?
Bro, it's called Christianity, bro. There was only one Christian college that would accept me, and that was Liberty University, bro. I knew if I was going to college, I'd have to go to a Christian college because I wanted to get a Christian education. So it was either Liberty or Oral Roberts University, and I didn't apply to Oral Roberts.
The only one?
TC, somebody said you're the biggest heathen on Clubhouse, man. What's up with that? What?
I might be, but I'm saved by grace. So I appreciate the grace of God that covers me on a daily basis. I wouldn't be here without the grace of God. So,
My man.
you know, but for the grace of God, go on.
So, I'm just
Energy with that.
You didn't say it about these kids when they taking away Head Start. You didn't say it about them poor people when they're taking away a SNAP. You didn't say that about these vets when they're reducing their health services. You didn't say that about these other marginalized people who they're reducing their health care. You didn't say that about nobody that's being affected by your administration. So now you are religious up on this stage like you really care.
Wake it up.
That's some bullshit.
So
and I really am offended.
Maybe you didn't hear my position on Medicaid because you'd be.
I'm talking about, okay, so what's your position on Medicaid?
I don't think work requirements for Medicaid, I don't think that's a fair way to go about cutting frivolous spending, because there's a lot of single women, single parents, women particularly, who cannot meet that work requirement, and they rely on Medicaid for healthcare for them and their kids. So I was against that Medicaid cut.
Okay, so don't put it on single women with children, sir. We all.
No, that's one of the examples that I used for why I disagree with it.
So I
That's a clear example reason why I disagree with it.
Medicaid are already working, sir.
That's true.
People jobs.
You're not going to lose them.
Lisa, are you just trying to pick a fight with him? He's like agreeing with
Yes,
I'm 100% agreeing with you.
TC, why you need to? CEO, why you gotta put on your cape for TC? You and Matt. You need backup? You're the pimps, you're the temptation?
All the maggots stick together.
What the hell?
He understands rational thought, Lisa.
No, it has nothing to do about rational thought. You voted for Trump, and you gonna on this stage talking about motherfucking rational thought?
Well, me and the rest of the swing states, so clearly I'm not the only one.
So nobody's saying that the motherfucking swing states are rational. What the hell? Yeah, and they broke as fuck. Okay, so I don't know why you laughing. You laughing because we voted for somebody like Kamala Harris versus an SA, a child molester, a fucking rapist, all the criminal felonies he's been convicted of, a tax evasion, bankruptcy. Okay, and check this out, TC and CEO and all the rest of you. God don't like ugly, and karma is a bitch. This nigga now walking around with a disease that can stop him in his motherfucking tracks. The next time he goes to bed, he might not wake up with his fat, swollen ankles. So don't come in here and act like you some good ass Christian man and you here and you worried about people. I don't give a fuck. We're not talking about Joe Biden. The subject was Donald Trump. The subject in the class, that's why you would have failed the test, because we're talking about Christopher Columbus and you writing about Martin Luther King. You would have failed the fucking test. We're talking about Trump. Did I not make that clear? Or do you need to get further down, closer to the teacher's desk?
So, Lisa, can I ask you a few questions about the CBI?
No.
No? Okay.
Yes, you can.
By the way, I had a chance to connect with CEO on LinkedIn. This guy's a very accomplished man. I didn't know he was as accomplished as he is. He's very
I've been trying to share the irrefutable truth with you. There are many people that have been lied to by Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and various cohorts of individuals in government and media positions. They created falsehoods to serve their own interests, knowing it would undermine the strength of our nation. From November 2018 to October 2018, I was a key participant and a witness to numerous efforts to prove that Joe and Hunter Biden were linked to corruption in Ukraine. Rudy Giuliani, on behalf of then President Donald Trump, tasked me with a mission to travel the globe, finding dirt on the Bidens so that an array of networks could spread misinformation about them, thus securing the 2020 election for Donald J. Trump. Ironically, when I was arrested, my original indictment linked me to an individual referred to as unindicted co-conspirator 1. We now know this individual to be Congressman Pete Sessions, who sits on this very committee today. Today I ask you to consider the following. In nearly a year traveling the world and interviewing officials in different countries, I found precisely zero evidence of the Biden's corruption in Ukraine. No credible source has ever provided proof of criminal activity, not the FBI, CIA, nor the NSA. No respectable Ukrainian official has ever said that the Bidens did anything illegal, including former President Poroshenko and former Prosecutor General Yuri Lutsenko. Even when CEO Burisma, Mykola Zlochevsky, was offered a deal by Rudy Giuliani in exchange for information on the Bidens, he provided none, because there is none. The only information ever pushed on the Bidens in Ukraine has come from one source, and one source only: Russia and Russian agents. The impeachment proceedings that bring us here now are predicated on false information spread by the Kremlin. Everyone involved knew they were sharing lies. From Trump and Giuliani's shadow diplomacy, through my missions to Ukraine and elsewhere, to members of a BLT team, a group convened for the sole purpose of investigating and damaging the Bidens.
was centered around Biden and Ukraine, I was designated the point person in every matter they pursued. That is how I know with certainty that these Biden stories are untrue then and are untrue now. Congressman Pete Sessions, then Congressman Devin Nunes, Senator Ron Johnson, and many others understood they were pushing a false narrative. The same goes for John Solomon, Sean Hannity, and media personnel, particularly at Fox News, who use this narrative to manipulate the public ahead of the 2020 elections. Sadly, they are still doing this today as we approach the 2024 elections. We cannot separate this conspiracy from the Russian-Ukraine war because Trump has no intention to keep aiding Ukraine. Without the support of the United States and NATO, millions in Ukraine will suffer and die.
Okay, that's enough.
Who is that speaking?
That was Lev Parnas when he was talking to Congress.
I shared a stage with Lev Parnas a couple of days ago, and he's a doubly minded man, in my opinion.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he has lost any and all credibility. He seems to straddle the fence.
I'm sorry, TC. You are just lost right now, dude. He's coming clean. He's telling the truth. Why are you saying
He continues to straddle the fence on issues that he was found to be inconsistent and flat out lie about. He continues to straddle the fence. I mean, if I lied about something,
he has receipts, yo.
No.
Yeah, all the receipts
come out and say, you can't come out and say I lied about this, that, and the third, and now you need to trust me now. But then turn around and say, now I'm lying about this, so now you need to trust me on this.
You've been following Trump for 8 years, though? You've been following Trump for 8 years, and that's your statement?
So, I'm sorry. One second. I just want to ask a clarifying question. Did you all already go over the Epstein Wall Street Journal article? Did you already talk about that?
Yeah, we talked about that.
I know earlier.
You're mistaken. I didn't vote for Trump because he's trustworthy. You guys think that we aspire for our presidents to be some, like...
Well, then why are you talking about somebody's trustworthy?
Because we're supposed to be adopting what Patty just played as somehow, like, truthful and legitimate. Now, I don't legitimize those words. He played the political side that he needed to play to get what he needed to get, and now he's trying to play the other political side because he was exposed for being a liar.
And you did vote for his trustworthiness because otherwise you wouldn't have been up here every day defending the stuff he was doing. And you defended it, so then you trusted his. So then you believed you did it.
Well, let's take the record straight, Deborah. Hold on, let's take the record straight, Deborah. What I did was I predicted what he would do, and you guys called me crazy and silly and stupid. And then when you found out I was 110% correct, you went.
I'm talking about the things that he did, not predictions into the future, clown. The stuff he already had done.
Trump. I told you.
Yes, you did. You and every other MAGA defended him. That's what y'all did. Okay, so you're the only MAGA that didn't defend him, right?
I'm not mad at him.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I don't defend Trump. What I do is I support the things that I support, which I think he's done a good job on, and I criticize what
I'm not talking about since he got into office. I'm talking about before that.
Hey, TC, can you honestly say that you don't defend Trump? Can you say that with your whole chest? Because I've been in several rooms with you, and I've heard you give some voracious, long-ass defenses of everything Trump has done. Can you really say, I don't defend Trump with a straight face?
No, Steele, I've been in rooms where I've defended everything that Trump has done.
I'm
talking about predicting what he would do in the future.
Everybody knows that I don't defend everything Trump does as UCO because we've
Nobody said you defended everything. You
said I defended everything.
I'll tell you, TC literally picks the side where he can get the most talking time. If you remember TC from the past, he was literally caping for the Democrats so much because you know what? At the time, he was in a room debate the news where it got him a lot of talking time, and then when it stopped, he had to change his side. So now he had to be because he needed more talking time. I don't know if he thinks it's going to benefit him financially because maybe there's some on their side, and but clearly,
Wait, you know me so well, JD.
hey, bro, hey,
You just laughed from your home. You just laughed from your home. Just called you like,
more talking.
This is what I heard. Didn't you see?
you laughed because he told you, because he called you out.
No. I'm laughing because it's
All the way in your gut laugh.
Come on, TC, bro. You know I'm right. You gonna switch to get the most talking time, bro. Come on.
Wait, TC, didn't you get chewed up and spit out by Malcolm Nance the other day? You got chewed up and spit out by a professional, by Malcolm Nance, and he knows what he's talking about, and you still came through. So
We litigated that the other day.
I did not get chewed up and spit out by anybody. No. I did this before Candace Owens ever came out of this truck.
He said he switched it up before her, Lisa. He switched it up before her.
I had a backbone before Candace had a backbone. I was the Candace Owens of Joe Biden, and then I switched. And this was long before Candace Owens ever switched on Trump.
And she does it for monetary, and she did it for monetary gains too.
Well, I don't do it for monetary. I had a legitimate conviction, and I was right. I was 110% right, JD. And let me tell you something else. I took a lot of heat for it. Guess what? I did it because I had a conviction, and I still have the same conviction today. I do not defend everything Trump does. That is a lie. I criticize a lot of the shit that Trump does. On this very stage, I criticize his birthright citizenship policy. I said that shit is not constitutional.
Oh, wait, hold on. So it was about a year ago today that you were in Lisa's room, and Lisa was giving you a hard time, and some of the other women were. And you're like, you know what? Y'all making me sick. I'm going to vote for Trump.
Exactly. And that's exactly what that proved. That's what it happened.
That's right. It happened on the big stage. It happened. He's right.
Lisa, it was about a year ago today.
look at you not voting for a pedophile, TC. Look at you not voting for a
I
pedophile.
gave him the itis.
It was in Lisa's room. CEO is 100% correct. I was flirting with it, and then it was in Lisa's room, and then there was this mob mentality that came out against the guy. That was the guy. Hold on.
Clubhouse room made him switch sides. Come on, y'all.
There was a guy that was very sincere in his convictions. He was very honest. He was giving his opinion, and you guys jumped on him like he was the fucking Antichrist. And I said, wait. How you guys gonna do this against this guy? He's giving you guys his honest opinion. He's not slanted at all. The guy is not fucking like bought in or biased to the nth degree. He's willing to concede certain things, and you guys were eviscerating him. I said, fuck that. I don't want to hear anything a part of that. I have legitimate disagreements with you guys on education and the liberal agenda, legitimate disagreements on fiscal policy, on national security, on foreign policy. Yeah, I might agree with you on certain social issues, like LGBTQ issues, like certain issues related to like fairness and access. I agree with you that certain people have been disenfranchised, but I'm not gonna like necessarily agree with you guys on everything. So the thing that I disagree with you on, you're gonna fucking crucify me. Fuck that, Trump. 2024.
TC, is this?
And you also
In spite of everybody.
Yeah, I mean, TC, what do you think about the Wall Street Journal article that came out an hour ago?
I didn't
Did you read it?
No.
Okay. Can I give you a quick summary? Okay, 1 second. All right, so there were basically about 8 bombshells in there. There was a naked sketch. Trump's birthday note to Epstein was typed inside the outline of a naked woman, complete with his signature scribbled as pubic hair. He said, happy birthday. May every day be another wonderful secret. That's how the letter ended. Trump's own words. There was a conversation about secrets. The card includes a fictional dialogue between Trump and Epstein about having things in common, enigmas never aging, and secrets. Wall Street Journal reviewed the original pages. The DOJ already had it and didn't say a word. Bondi promised full Epstein disclosure, then folded. Trump's had a meltdown about this and now is saying he's suing. And lastly, he said to Epstein, we have a lot of things in common. What are your thoughts?
I
just want your feedback, yeah.
That's some creepy shit. I mean, you
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about his personal life. You're just voting on policy. Is that your take on this?
Somebody else can answer that question.
Well, let's get TC. TC, if this came out before the election, would you have still voted for Trump, or would you have just not voted?
How are you going to ignore JD's question so you can just put your question out?
Because TC said he wasn't answering it, Patty. He said he wasn't going to answer it.
TC running like a bitch.
I'll be honest with you, right, CEO? Because I respect this guy. This guy's a very accomplished man. He's done a lot. I didn't even know how accomplished this man is. I don't even know why he's on fucking Clubhouse. Now I get
Oh my God! What? See, what's going on here?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You said it.
But no idea.
Is he put on your pants? This is crazy.
No type of
He said that like 3 times. Like, we didn't hear him the first time. And we know how accomplished CEO is.
I didn't know he had
Like Donald Trump. That's what Donald Trump does.
This is crazy talk, Kelly. I don't know why he's on Clubhouse. Same reason you are.
I mean, I get that. Like, people ask me why I'm on Clubhouse, and I'm like, I kind of enjoy the magic. But, like,
well, then here you go.
Well, you say he still ain't answered the question. Come on, y'all.
They never answered the questions.
I think this moment deserves some
He was trying to vote for him, whether or not you read that or not, CEO. That's the answer. Because if he had a different answer, he would have said.
Let me ask you a question, CEO. What is your criteria in a president agnostic to morals?
Being able to unify the country, having this leadership characteristics that I teach my son.
Oh,
right. And do you think that the past 3
Well, hold on. Let me respond to Lisa. So interestingly enough, Lisa, my son hates Trump because he doesn't align with what I taught him. So that's.
So excluding Trump, do you think the past 3 administrations line up with that conviction?
The last 3 administrations. So the first year of Obama and his last year, I think did, and I think Obama was getting.
I mean, every president's last year.
Well, no, let me just finish. I don't know if the last time you've gone back and listened to Obama's farewell speech in January 2017, but it was pretty epic, and it really showed he is like a complete mastery of what this country is, can be, and where it could go. So, I wish he could have had a 3rd term at that point.
Well, I voted for Obama in spirit. But I'm particularly okay. Fine, I'll give you.
What the fuck is that? What does that mean, y'all?
Joe Biden, particularly his last year. Why don't we look at Joe Biden's expansion of by preemptively pardoning his entire family and his son for crimes committed going back years, even a decade possibly. What type of integrity does that?
So if it was 20 years ago, I would have completely slammed that decision. But in this political environment, knowing that Trump was coming in, it seemed like a rational decision. I would have probably did the same thing.
So
because the political climate has changed, right? So you have to adjust it. No. You just have to be a realist as well. You can be optimistic. You can lean on optimism, but you also have to have realism. Otherwise, you're living in a fairy tale.
So let's be honest. What's considered integrity today is not what's considered integrity tomorrow to you.
It's not so much that. Integrity is integrity, but the matter of how you respond to certain situations do have to adjust on the time. Sometimes you're going to be grayer than you otherwise would be. I'll give you another example. I think GA talks about this all the time. In the 90s, Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich should be impeaching him 1 second, and then they talk about policy the next and work through an issue. Like everybody was still an adult regardless. We don't have that today. That doesn't happen today, but that doesn't happen today. Yeah, that does not happen anymore. So now politics is I'm just saying it's because now politically you have to treat things differently. So that's my point.
It's far more polarized than it's ever been. And let's not
fine. We can be in a more polarized political climate.
But that's
you're absolving your family of accountability because they're your family. To leave people like Jim Comey and the CIA director Brennan exposed. Like, that's the height of hypocrisy.
Look,
Okay, so y'all,
let me just ask TC one more question. So TC, if you were Joe Biden, what would you have done? And let me set up the context. You've lost a wife in your life. You've lost multiple children in your life. You are very sick. You're at an older age. You don't have much time to live. You wouldn't want to spend some time with your son before you die.
I don't know where that plays into the fact that Joe Biden literally gave a farewell gesture completely inconsistent with that of the George Washingtons and the Barack Obamas of the world that literally used their farewell gestures to imbue.
No. His farewell speech wasn't good. I didn't like his farewell.
And
That's a different topic.
You have to understand. You talked about what convictions you have, what you want to see in the president. You said,
You don't hear JD talking.
Joe Biden.
And this ain't just no two-person conversation. Y'all done had enough back and forth now.
Go ahead.
Somebody else got to speak too.
Dan,
Go ahead, JD.
No, I was just trying to move it on.
Well, I just wanted to say, okay, and just real quick, Quinn, let me just say this. Because I didn't even understand what he meant by voting for Obama in his mind. But now that y'all explained to me that he was possibly too young to vote, he wasn't paying attention to politics before Obama. So all he has is Obama, Biden, and Trump. So he don't have I'm talking CEO in particular, and everyone else, but he doesn't have he doesn't have nothing to compare to that 30 years ago. He just has the president as it started to change how, working together.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you. Deborah, thank you for explaining that to me.
Barack Obama was a big
monumental shift
in politics when I was in high school.
It has been the honor of my life to serve it. I won't stop. In fact, I will be right there with you as a citizen for all my remaining days. But for now, whether you are young or whether you're young at heart, I do have one final ask of you as your president. The same thing I asked when you took a chance on me 8 years ago. I'm asking you to believe, not in my ability to bring about change, but in yours. I'm asking you to hold fast to that faith written into our founding documents, that ideal whisper of slaves and abolitionists, that spirit sung by immigrants, homesteaders, and those who march for justice, that creed reaffirmed by those who planted flags before battlefields to the service of the Lord. A creed at the core of every American as strong as I am living. Yes, we can. Thank you. God bless you.
I just played the last one.
And it's really easy to forget that what we saw during that time period and Obama's presidency in general has yielded what we are experiencing right now. The reason, and maybe possibly the sole reason, why we are experiencing what we're experiencing now. Yeah, that can't be forgotten.
If you don't mind, I want to read a portion of the speech that I really enjoyed. American exceptionalism isn't about our country being flawless. It has been about our continued willingness to change and make it better. Our progress has been uneven. The work of democracy has always been hard. It's always been contentious, but the long sweep of America has always been defined by a forward motion, a constant widening of our founding creed to embrace all and not just some. It's up to all of us to make sure our government can help us meet the many challenges we still face. Our youth drive, diversity, openness, and boundless capacity for risk and reinvention means the future should be ours. But that potential will only be realized if our democracy works. Only if all of us, regardless of party affiliation or interest, help restore the sense of common purpose that we badly need right now. Democracy does not require uniformity. Our founding fathers argued, they quarreled, and eventually they compromised. They expected us to do the same, but they knew democracy required a basic sense of solidarity. The idea that despite all of our outward differences, we are in this together. We rise or fall as one. Too many in our rural counties and our urban cities have been left behind. Black Americans must do a better job of understanding the shoes of a middle-aged white guy who on the outside may seem like he has advantages, but has seen his world upended by economic, technological, and cultural change. We have to listen. For white Americans, it means acknowledging the challenges of the history of slavery and Jim Crow laws didn't just disappear in the 60s. That's when minority voices express discontent. They aren't asking for special treatment, just the equal treatment that the founding fathers promised all of us. But this isn't easy to do. It has become safer to retreat into our own bubbles, neighborhoods, college campuses, or social media feeds, surrounded by the people who think like us and never challenge us. We have created this sorting that makes it easy to just look at info that fits our opinion instead of looking at the diversity of information that is out there. This represents a threat to our democracy. Without a willingness to admit new information, and you see that your opponent might be making a fair point, we're going to keep talking past each other, and we'll make common ground and compromise impossible. Protecting our way of life, I'm almost done. Protecting our way of life isn't just the job of our military. Democracy can buckle when it gives into fear. So just as we as citizens must remain vigilant against external aggression, we must guard against a weakening of the values that make us who we are. George Washington said in his final speech as president, self-government is our underpinning, safety, prosperity, and liberty. But from different causes and different corners, much pains will be taken to weaken in your minds the conviction of this truth. We must all be anxious, jealous guardians of our democracy.
Let the congregation say amen.
No, I'm not the congregation. I'm going to say, listen, I know Barack Obama's position. I know he had some of that he had to say. But some of that is more aspirational than it is sensible to some degree. And the reason I say that is because, yes, we all have to have an understanding of each other's position. But one of us cannot be endorsing the power structure so that the other doesn't progress. Even themselves. There's only one group of people doing that.
Isn't that what he said, though? Isn't that what he said?
That's not what he said.
Oh my God! Did you hear what he said?
He didn't
That's
say,
not what he said.
Oh my God!
He didn't say concede. He didn't
Brother,
say
I got
concede.
2 ears and 1 brain. I know exactly what he said.
He didn't say
CEO, explain it.
He didn't
He
say.
doesn't have to, but go ahead.
Let me just say this one point. He didn't say concede your position. He said admit they might have a point. Like if they say 20 things, they might have a point.
Brother, listen, that sounds admirable. It does, but there has never been a lack of understanding from one group of people. There hasn't been. That is not the truth. We've never had a problem understanding anyone else's situation. We understand that very well. And I don't want to make this into that. I'm just, because it would be isolating parts of the speech, because most of it I agree. I'm just saying that in general, what it makes, it's of the mind that when there's 2 people arguing and there's one person that started it, that you're going to address both people so that you don't have to address one. That doesn't get you where you're going. But I also agree
that 2 people should dialogue with each other and not talk past.
Listen, but here's the problem. You have to address.
Correct.
That's a way of safely addressing a problem without having to point out the issue. I don't agree with that. So the reality is that there's been no problem from people who have been systemically oppressed in that position to ever understand what the other is experiencing. We recognize that there are poor whites. What we also recognize is that those people endorse a power structure because they are trying to protect whiteness. And that is exactly what is happening right now. So So there's never been a misunderstanding from the other side of that equation. There hasn't been, nor do we have the power to do anything about that. At least not from a systemic aspect. You are endorsing the power structure. So if you have to address those, and again, I have to say this. I'm not saying that because I expect Barack Obama to say that from the platform that he has to address that the way that he did. But that is more aspirational than it is sensible.
It's a job. It's a job of a leader to do that. Exactly.
It's a job of a leader to be aspirational. That is what a leader is supposed to do. To create a vision for what we're walking towards.
CEO Quinn admitted that, and I thought he wasn't going to get to it, but he did get to it. And he admitted that he has to do that. He has to walk that line.
Now, I know he has to do that, but it's not a sensible argument. It's just not.
It's a very sensible aspiration.
It's a speech.
That's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be aspirational.
Well, listen, aspirational don't get us across the line. Aspirational.
It did for Dr. King.
No, it did not.
I was trying to look up something.
It does not get us across the line. It starts to walk.
Moves us forward. The idea is to move.
So I was looking up something. So like we do LPD, right? And I had this black general. His name's General Hamilton. And something I wrote down in my notes, and I like keep this in my notes. It's even in my phone. And it's understanding power perception helps navigate real power. And he was talking about white people and de-radicalization and how it requires insight. So like when we have these conversations and we try to understand, like this all happened during the BLM with Charles, right? He actually talked to us about like why other people may feel some type of way. And when he said those exact words, I like wrote it down in my notebook, my OPD book, and then I put it in my phone because it does make a lot of sense. You have to understand other people. So I do agree with CEO. I know y'all don't want to hear that, but you do have to look at the other side sometimes and understand where they're coming from and how. That's the only way you're going to make change.
And that doesn't mean it's a core point either, right? That doesn't mean that you completely acquiesce your convictions and your morals and your core belief system. It just simply means that you take into consideration the other perspective and you adjust accordingly. It doesn't mean that you need to give up any ground. It simply means allow for the other individual to see it through their eyes and then respond based in a way that they can understand and you guys can move forward together. It doesn't mean simply pointing out the eye of the other guy's eye and then you don't identify where the issue is that he sees from the other perspective. I think that's fair.
And I think it was Mahalia Jackson that told Dr. King, tell him about your dream, Martin. So she realized, and he realized in that moment, the dream part is also helps things go forward because it paints a picture of the reality we should be working towards. And it inspires people to go. I mean, this is not even argumentative. How do you think Obama won in 2008? He won selling a vision.
Look, I'm not talking about what he did. Again, I think you all are receiving, and I expected this, so I'll continue forward with the way to explain it the best way I can. I don't anticipate that Obama from his speech, so this, in essence, is kind of silly, but I'm talking about this is adjacent to that. I don't anticipate that Obama would actually point out what I'm pointing out in a speech. His job is to, admittedly, be aspirational and to give the vision. I clearly understand that. Let that be known so that we don't have to repeat that again during this conversation. I understand that. What I am saying is that we don't address problems the way that they are supposed to be addressed, then we don't get anywhere.
Well, that's obvious. And that's just Captain Obvious.
Right. So, I mean, it is Captain Obvious, but I mean, even in that sense, this is that demonstrative, where even during that would have been pivotal. So at this point, he's not running for president again. This is his going out speech, correct?
Quinn, this is your moment. Go ahead and give us a speech he should have gave. Let's hear it.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not doing that.
No, you have such criticism. Let's hear how he should have gave the speech.
Well, this is from the president.
Should have said.
This is from the president during the time. This is from the president at the time who received the most, who had the most obstructive Congress, and probably in the beginning of his, the middle of his first term, into his last term, for no other reason than the fact that who he is and what he represents.
And that
This was an opportunity to be able to speak to that. This was an opportunity to, in my estimation. And if you're talking about getting reelected, that's one thing.
Let's hear the speech he should have.
So you wanted him to come
Hold on, CEO. Don't change it. Let's let him say what he.
No. I'm not. What he should have said, what he should have done was addressed exactly what happened to him. He could have tied that in to being aspirational, but still addressing what happened to him during the time.
This is what Donald Trump does. This is a problem with Donald Trump. He focuses on grievances. Trump focuses on grievances. Trump doesn't give us vision and inspiration when he should. Obama did what we need out of a president. This is what we need.
So how did we get Trump, CEO? How did we get Trump?
I voted for him, so that's where we come.
No. I'm not. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying, how did we get Trump? How did we get the ground fertile enough to get Trump?
Legacy politics. Hillary Clinton. There was a concern about legacy politics, if you remember this at the time, because we had 12 years of Bush either being VP or president. Then we had 8 years of Clinton with Hillary in the White House. Then we had 8 years of the younger Bush in the White House. Then we had 4 years as Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State. So there was a sickening of dynasty politics. If Joe Biden had run in 2016, Trump wouldn't have won.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you know that. You know Trump wouldn't have beaten Biden in 2016.
First of all, I agree. First of all, I think what you just explained is way more complicated than the average person would be able to answer.
Sick of dynasty politics. They absolutely
But that's not how we got Trump, though. See, you're not being honest. How did we get Trump? He was a response to the Obama administration. It had nothing to do with just Hillary Clinton.
So you think he would have beat any Democrat that year? That's your testimony?
He beat someone that almost beat the last president.
I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
So the people that voted for Trump in 2016, those people are the problems. The people that voted for Trump in 2024, they're the solutions. I mean, the people that voted for Trump in 2016, they had no business voting for Trump that year. I'm sorry. It was abysmal. But in 2024, there was a lot more reasons to vote for Trump than to vote against him.
Well, I would love to hear that logic. How you parcel that out? How do you think it was okay first time?
Let's see the economy, the wars, and
how do you think it got that way?
Go on mute for a second. My sister, Dr. Gigi, has something to say, babe? Because she's not coming on stage unless she has something to say. We're not going to answer her.
Yeah, I was just going to say, thanks, Teddy. How you doing?
Hey, Teddy.
I was just going to say to the thing about the aspiration, I think the final speech that Obama gave, it was aspirational on purpose in the way that he understood the divide that the country was experiencing. He understood that it was going to get worse. And I think his intention was to prepare people for that and to prepare people for the loss of hope that could bring. And it was a reminder to say, it's going to get bad, but we can't forget we're on a path to being, a far better country. And it's you who have to keep the government on that path. I think that was the thing. So it wasn't a moment to drop people into further despair, because at the time of Trump's first election, people were pretty despairing. I mean, people were in a bad way. And so I think the speech was aimed at
electorate to make change, the citizens to make change.
I can agree 100% with that. I don't disagree with that at all. And again, it is not my intention to say that he should have scorched the earth, because that's not sensible. And not only that, but that's not who Barack Obama is. He's a sensible person. He's going to be aspirational. He's always going to look at the glass half full. So my anticipation again was not that he should scorch the earth, but it was an opportunity to directly speak to what was happening. But I agree with you, Dr. AG, that he's not a stupid man. He understood what was coming based on what happened during the course of his presidency, and he knew exactly where we were going based on the fact that he was president and the response that was coming, the response that was coming in lieu of that.
The reason why we got Trump was actually because of the first past the post voting system. Folks like to forget that there were, I think, 16 Republicans that were running in 2016, 14, 16. I don't remember. It was a ridiculous pound bar amount of people. Many of whom had nothing to do with dynasty on there. So the idea that Trump winning ultimately for Jeb Bush had nothing to do with dynasty merely because I said many, not all. Was Marco Rubio part of the dynasty?
I didn't say that. Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton were. Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton were.
I understand, CEO. I said many of them were not. Many of them were not. I didn't say all of them were not. I said many of them were not. Right? The reason why we got Trump was because of the first past the post voting system. Right? The thing is that all of the other people, most of the people, pretty much all of them that were running had generally irrelevant differences versus policy-wise versus Trump. All of the middle folks in the Republican Party, right, got split up amongst those people. And the person who was the most polarizing was the person who actually won. That is why we actually ended up with Trump. The people that now, maybe after that, okay, because people forget, at the beginning of of Clinton's reign, she actually had a decently high approval rate. It was because of her campaign and how shitty they were that people like myself were able to forecast that she was going to lose early, right? And I actually spent 3 months of financial and social capital trying to warn them about it, but their hubris was so fucking huge, they couldn't see past their, down to their toes. That was why they was. Yeah, she was violating the past.
Can I add something real quick? I just want to add something.
I have a second point.
Can I add something real quick?
Oh, no, I don't know if I can continue after that, Bridget.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, no, my second point.
Your first point was a lot, Aaron. Your first point was a lot.
So,
I'll continue after Doctor.
Okay, great. So, if the question is, how did we get Donald Trump the first time? I think it's hard. I think it would be unfair to ignore that Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. Donald Trump won in the Electoral College. The Electoral College is how we got Donald Trump. Second,
The Electoral College is how we get all of our presidents.
excuse me. Thank you. The second thing is we cannot ignore. CEO may have a point, but I think the popular vote sort of undermines that point a little bit. That we can't ignore the fervor in this country against female leadership, which was very strong, and Hillary Clinton was a lightning rod for that. And then the third thing, which goes to the point that Quinn was making earlier, is that the election of Barack Obama actualized the potential of the American idea that people fantasized about. And when it became a reality, right, people struggled with that. and it threw the conscience of this country into a frenzy. And so that compounded with the other things, right, is how we got Donald Trump.
And Aaron,
That's what she knows.
Aaron was going to continue.
Everybody really wants to hear what Aaron has to say. Here's what Aaron has to say, though.
Let him do it. If you could praise and stuff to say, and Aaron, And Aaron, real quick, I just also wanted to ask you as you're continuing, do you count how much Chris Cuomo and Joe Scarborough kind of pushed Trump's candidacy early on as well?
Stop it. CEO.
24-hour news.
Yes. Yeah, you're correct. You're 100% correct. Absolutely. Zero argument there. The reason why we got saddled with Trump in the first place is because the statistics for the reasons that I described earlier. It's a theory of mine. I call it the clown car primary policy theory. But anyway, on the topic of trying to see issues from people on the side, as somebody who actually has worked on bipartisan issues, and as much as I propose promote myself as on the left here on this app, I actually do have a lot of Republican bond fights. I have worked with and regularly talk with elected officials, both at the state and municipal level, who are Republicans and further right than that. I specifically have this dialogue with them on climate issues. I can understand and talk with someone very far on the right on climate issues without even mentioning the word climate, and we can get to the same page on that. There's a story that I've mentioned, I don't know, maybe on the stage before other rooms in Clubhouse. I've gone and heard there was I'm the fellow at this think tank. We had a Midwestern councilman come up and say, I don't believe in climate change, but I believe clean energy is good and right. I can understand that the ability and the desire to choose cheaper energy may trump my desire for that person to understand how important the science behind climate change is. And ultimately, that's great. I have seen that stuff work on very, very, very specific issues. On antagonism toward China, it also works very well, right? But to Quinn's point, the degree to which people excuse the abhorrent behavior from somebody who seems to be a literal pedophile occupying the White House right now precludes our ability to actually go and see eye to eye on a number of issues, especially when the policies that are being passed literally lead to the death of other people. The closing of hospitals, just from the One Big Beautiful Bill, there is no center to that. There is zero center to that. There is people in rural places. I'll be fine. I live in a very nice urban area, and I am very well to do. I don't give a shit. Other people, like in TC's neck of the woods, like in Matt Pavello's neck of the woods, those people are going to die. Those people are going to have irreparable damage brought to their lives because of these issues. Because of their voting habits, they have brought on the death of people in other countries. We can have conversations about whether or not the United States should be going subsidizing the care of other countries and stuff like that through USA, whatever, or how hegemonic the interests are of USA and stuff like that is. Totally separate conversation. Regardless, this will lead to the irreparable damage of people's lives. I will agree, and I think that Obama did say what he needed to say, right? Because that leader should be aspirational like that. And that's one of the reasons why I think Obama is a really great leader, because he can see through that and try to carry that standard even in the face of shit that I know for a fact he finds absolutely abhorrent, right? But when you get to the ground level, it only works in very, very, very limited avenues, especially, and I'll end with this, especially when there aren't people on the other end who are going to have their lives irreparably damaged. I'll end.
So you guys, I'm really surprised that you guys are creating theoretical analyses to misdiagnose how Clinton lost, and hold on, how Clinton lost to Trump and how Harris lost to Trump. And I think the person that got closest to it was Dr. AG. You guys completely dismissed the role of gender and the ways in which Donald Trump won against Harris and Clinton and lost against Biden. But I don't think it's for the reasons that Dr. AG says. The reason why Donald Trump won is because there was a narrative that's being pushed. Very rarely are you going to be able to guilt people into a vote for an individual because they ought to do it, because it is the right thing for them to do. And that's the level of that's the level of preaching and the level of morality shaming and virtue signaling that the liberal left has done in this country that's forced people into silos. I think that you guys don't even realize the reason why you lost. You lost because you tried to guilt people into voting for a gender and a race that they ought to vote for. And probably more important than that, remember Barack Obama won his election against Mitt Romney and John McCain, not so much because of his race. Yes, we know that Black Americans are a loyal voting base for the Democrats, and the fact that Barack Obama was the first Black candidate to actually have a chance at winning the White House definitely propelled his chances of winning. But what you don't realize is the fact that he created a coalition of people that were willing to work hard, literally span the entire, I think Barack Obama got more votes in the urban areas than any president previous to him because he was able to do the work. What Harris and Clinton did was they tried to create a coalition around the women, coalition around the female vote, and ironically enough, it was the female vote that ended up costing them the election. That's what's so ironic to me, and that's what's so surprising that it doesn't come up in your theoretical analyses. You're not accounting for the reality that identity politics played in the election, how that played right into Donald Trump's narrative that the political system is anti-American because it forces you and it guilts you into a position that makes you feel bad about yourself. No, America is exceptional. America is great. We're going to make America great again. And the reason why that message resonated is because the Democrats were saying about how bad America was and how bad and how deplorable. Remember that? Deplorable. You remember why that resonated so well in the media? Because it created a beautiful contrast to Trump's message. I think you guys are discounting that at your own peril because you don't realize that you're preaching to people is what pushed people away from your campus.
That's not true, TC. Yeah, and listen, that may be your take, but all of what you just described,
I don't know. I got it right. Last few times, so maybe I don't know.
Part of what he said is right. You just happen to be going.
Part of what he said is definitely right.
Well, I mean, listen, but I'm not saying it's wrong. What I'm saying is it's not the reason, and it's not. You gave a partial. Of course, we've all had a discussion about how gender played a part in why people did not go out and vote, and that just doesn't encompass Republicans. There were some people who normally vote Democrat who didn't go out and vote either, and for a number of reasons, but primarily because they cannot see a woman in that place. So, and there were a number of different reasons, but let's go back because this is not what we were talking about. We were not speaking about
why
he wanted to get so much. What I'm saying is, my question initially was, how did
we forget about Nikki Haley?
Well, listen, I'm not talking. The Republicans aren't going to vote for a woman at all, so we can forget that.
A hell of a lot of them did.
But they didn't. So, I mean, the bottom line is we were talking about how we got Trump in the first place. I wasn't talking about how he was able to strategically win an election. We can talk about that. We can have that discussion too. I'm saying how the ground was fertile, how the ground was soiled to be able to get someone even to vote for such a buffoon. That was my question. And the reason for that is exactly what Dr. AG said. I'm sorry, what you saying?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Trump's, and it can be summed up in one simple term. Trump's was a response to the Obama administration. That's all he was. It's just simple as that. It triggered anxiety about the shifting cultural and demographic.
Man, like again,
It's not. It is
Biden
complete.
would have did much better than Hillary would have.
Because he's a what? What do you mean? He would have done much, but we know that. I'm saying that, there's no
And
guarantee.
it wasn't purely a response to Obama administration.
If it was purely a response to Obama, then how did
It
he
wouldn't
win
have mattered
in
who would have
2024?
ran. It wouldn't have mattered who.
Obama wasn't on the ballot in 2024.
Listen, it
If
was.
Obama
I'm
ran,
kidding you.
who would have won if Obama ran against Trump? Who would have won in 2024?
More than I'm not sure at this point.
Obama would have won.
Yeah,
Obama
because
would have
then how was he a response to the Obama administration? It doesn't make any damn sense.
It does make sense.
It's part of it. It's one of 10 reasons.
It's the main reason.
No, it ain't.
It is. It shifted. Dude, it's exactly the reason. I don't know why people talk about that. But it is.
Right, CEO.
It's exactly the
It was
reason
the
why.
main reason why he was able to get past the
Absolutely was a backlash to the first black president.
But that's not why Democrats voted for Trump.
Completely triggered anxieties in America about race relations. It triggered the anxiety about the shifting cultural and demographic power. There are white people who are afraid because you started seeing that there's a shift in the way that those things are happening. Also, what you are talking about, yes, Hillary Clinton had something to do with that. A man probably would have fared better in that position. You're absolutely right. He probably would have. But the fact that a fucking buffoon could run for the president, even against Hillary Clinton, and win, is also a testament to what I am talking
Ben,
about.
can you just explain to us one thing? Why did Obama have a 55% approval rating in October 2016?
I'm going to say it one more time.
Why did Obama have an approval rating of 55% in October 2016?
Now, CEO, you know that there's a number of different reasons why that happens. The polling, it depends on who you're polling. Obviously, there's mostly Democrats who are going to vote for.
No, this is Gallup, and I'm sorry, Gallup was 54%, CNN was 55%. Multiple polls showed this. This is not some, it was just a random poll.
The current
It was data.
presidency, you were comparing the current president with someone that was stable, someone that had integrity, and someone who was competent. That is why.
This idea. You can say that there was a part of Trump's base that was excited to rail against Obama. That part is true. The independents did not.
Independents are Republican, CEO.
You're talking about what swung the election.
Correct. And they justify those independents that went to Trump in 2016. He's right. He's not wrong. Like, CEO's wrong when he talks about how Trump rose through the ranks of the Republican nomination. Like, that 100% had to do with Obama. There's no question about it. Trump got the attention he got because of birth certificate gate, Obama gate, all of that shit. Right? We know that's how he got he was able to create the type of, suck the air out of the room when it comes to that big stage that he was on. But when you get to the general election, CEO is 110% correct. People switch their vote from Barack Obama to Donald Trump. You have to explain that. Like, you can't just say that it was the racist to vote for this idiot, whatever adjectives you use to describe him. All I'm saying is, be honest about it. She drove the narrative. I'm going to break the glass ceiling, and this is why I'm going to win the presidency. That wasn't a winning message for Americans. Sorry, you cannot.
That wasn't a winning message, but that wasn't a winning message.
This is how I'm going to lead the country because you ought to vote for a woman for the first time in American history. That was not a winning message, bro, and that's why.
So a winning message. So a winning message was basically. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'll say this. It's wild how TC continues to talk and prove Dr. A.G. Sloan even on his tried and fear. CEO, the reason
I
why
admit she was correct in certain aspects.
Again, I know you only listen with accurate, but CEO, the reason why the polling was the way that it is because polling is almost irrelevant since the advent of social media. We have had a far more fractured information atmosphere, which has, before the advent of social media, it was much easier to have, several thousand people go and reflect large swaths of the country because we only had a much much more restricted information funnel. People were getting the news from the same 5 or so whatever channels. They were getting the news from the same limited number of periodicals, right? Radio shows, etc. So you could go and do that, right? With the advent of social media, our information funnel ballooned astronomically. And so people were you had gotten out to a point where, generally speaking, especially singular polls cannot and are in fact incapable of actually showing data relevant to the electorate.
The only issue
You're not going to get a few thousand people to represent hundreds of millions.
The only issue with that, Aaron, is the very same poll showed Hillary at a 36% approval. So Obama was at 55. Same poll showed Hillary at 36. 19% gap. You don't think that was accurate?
No, I don't.
You don't think that accurately reflected the electorate at the time?
Okay, see, listen, if you can find me 5,000 people that properly represent the ideas of 500,000 people, I'll sit down.
You model this out in statistics all the time. I'm confused. You know this.
Listen, I'm not even
the market research is done like this all the time.
Yes, but singular polling like that is impossible to be indicative of a larger trend. People take meta-analyses of many different kinds of polls, and then you can try and extrapolate some kind of error.
And they have a margin of error in them.
I agree.
And it's very rare that you never find results outside that margin of error. Show me when you do.
Well, you know, but I think that you're almost making my point. The erratic nature of these polls, especially when you look at them from an individual or limited number of them to try and extrapolate a understanding of, you know, where the country is at, is impossible.
Yeah, but
because our information funnel has ballooned. People have so many more diverse degrees of opinions about
I hear you, but you still can say this. The margin of error is 4%. So Obama was probably between 51% and 59%. Hillary was probably between 32% and 40%. So the margin of error covers for the skewed nature that you're talking about. Tell me some polling you found where, like, you look at the majority of the polls, the analysis of it, and you find it outside the margin of error of the popular vote.
Yeah, but I'm making an argument against polling. I'm not going to find polling. I'm not going to find polling because I'm making an argument against the accuracy of polling.
But I'm saying you can't disprove, you can't show me where the popular vote went outside the margin of error if you do the meta average of the polls. You won't find that.
I'm trying to figure out how that correlates to electoral elections.
No, that's not true. They were not outside the margin of error. That is not true.
But again, how does that correlate to analogies of polls?
I said the average of polls. Like if you go to the
polls, if you take all of them, which is where I say, if you take many polls, then you can begin to have an understanding.
Okay.
Throwing out Gallup is not going to get
I threw out Gallup and CNN. Do you want me to throw out 3 more? I can. I can do an endless amount of polls that show the same thing. Will that work for you? How many polls do you need?
All of them.
You want 5? You want 8?
I can do every single one. I want a meta-analysis. I'm curious. I don't understand how we're being so micro about this. It's really not that difficult. His rise is a reactionary response to the fact that his campaign capitalized on nativist, radicalized rhetoric. It's not hard.
So here's the interesting thing.
Questioning the first black president's birthplace. Come on, man.
I'll go quiet for 5 minutes after this, I promise. Because I want to push back on what TC said. Like, the early days of Trump in 2015, he did not come out in first place. Fox News would not support him. Fox News was blasting him, right? They were all Ted Cruz, and Jeb Bush was being pushed. And then there were 2 things, mainly, that pushed Trump to the top. Joe Scarborough, Mika Brzezinski, and Chris Cuomo gave him tons of free airtime. They basically said, you got to watch out for this guy, you know, don't underestimate Donald Trump. And it gave a lot of people excitement about him. He got more free media attention than any presidential candidate maybe ever. And then the second thing was, to his credit, in the debates, he just completely dismantled them. Jeb Bush, low energy Jeb.
Wait, are you talking primaries or are you talking
primaries? I'm talking about the primary. He completely dismantled Jeb Bush, Ted Cruz, Little Marco, right? He just completely, in a way we haven't seen in recent presidential history, completely neutered the opportunity.
See, that's a little bit.
Can I say something real quick?
He made them seem less manly.
Right, by being
Little Marco,
rhetorical asshole.
But this is the thing, because I agree with Quinn. Like, this is going into kind of the micro kind of details, and I think those details are important because the manifestation of the post-Obama hysteria were varied, right? We saw it in a lot of different ways. But I think that for anyone to say that Donald Trump is not the result of President Obama, I think they're being dishonest. And if they insist, I'll say they're lying. We saw the formation of it with the Tea Party, and the Tea Party was saturated with anti-Black, anti-Obama, anti-other rhetoric, all of that. And that tainted the political environment for the remaining 5 years of Obama, even after he was reelected, right? So to say that was not heavily present, I think is to be dishonest in this conversation. The second thing, on the gender thing, I think everybody who's spoken has aptly demonstrated the truth of my claim that gender was a big part of it, but the media was also a part of it. Finally, I think the state that we are in now as a country, where everything has become racialized, everything has become about the other, is evidence of the trajectory. Even if you listen to Donald Trump's inauguration, his so-called inaugural address, he forecasted this in the first one. The American carnage, when he talked about that, when he talked about cleaning up the country, all of that stuff was setting us on a path for where we are now, where every conversation is about some other, and this disconnection amongst Americans, even in the very definition of what it means to be American. So that's all.
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying that, and I think you guys, I don't know if you're not hearing, but I'm not dismissing what you're saying as a part of the win. I agree that Hillary Clinton didn't run a great campaign. She was too busy measuring the drapes in the White House. We get that. Her and Robbie Mook ran a fucking horrible campaign. I'm not saying that her being a woman, obviously I wouldn't say that because I think it factored in, I know it factored into to both Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris's campaign. I know that people have a problem voting for women, so that factored into it as well. What has driven the entire, because we did not see the rise of this until the Tea Party, which actually happened as a result of a Black president's presidency. It was the driving force behind all of it. Whether you can cite other reasons why that happened or other reasons that contributed as a result, which you were completely right about, but it was not, to my point, the main driving force behind what has happened. We were questioning, well, not we, he was questioning the birthplace of the first Black president. He was soiling he was making the ground fertile for exactly what we are seeing right now. He saw the rise in the Tea Party and raised them what he was offering. He made comments about a Mexican judge during his first campaign, saying that he was being derailed by a Mexican judge because he was Mexican. He said that part of his plan was to make sure that we kept all the Muslims out. Do we really have to rehash this? These are basic tenets of his entire fucking campaign. This is exactly what drove this.
Hey, Quinn, if I could add just a couple pieces of context to the
the idea that you're promoting or suggesting that this was a backlash to Obama. I first want to say that I think this is a really good conversation, even though we're unpacking previous elections. I think it really informs how we move forward because there's so much misinformation and how all of us see these issues in different ways. So I think this is a healthy conversation for whatever it's worth. But during the time that you're talking about, I wanted to bring 2 points up to you, Quinn. The first was Barack Obama did a powerful speech that I think is more aligned with what you're suggesting and want him to do in Philadelphia when he was campaigning. With that Philadelphia race speech, if you want to go look it up. And I would be curious to see how you like that voice, because here's the part that challenged him when he tried to do what he needed to do because of the things that were happening in the community. And he tried to make that powerful statement. And it didn't work well for him politically. And all of the polls said that that level of depth in terms of addressing the issues, the country wasn't ready for that. So he was more effective by having an aspirational speech, but policy that informed and moved the needle forward. But we get so consumed with the speeches and not the policy that I think we get lost. So I'll leave that point there. The second thing that I wanted to add to what you were saying, Quinn, for whatever it's worth, is that there was another thing that was happening around the time that Obama came into office that a lot of people don't speak to enough, and that's that it was the beginning of social media as we see it now, right? For the social audio and Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and MySpace conversations, 2005, 6, 7, that was the first time in history that we had the opportunities to self-publish all of our thoughts and ideas, and a couple of editors at 3 or 4 stations weren't censoring all of the information around politics. It was literally the first time with Obama coming into office in 2008 that we were able to have big discussions about stuff, right? And I think the world saw things differently. And here's the part I land here. Some of my friends that went to elementary school, middle school, or high school with me that were white or whatever, they were like, wait a minute, I didn't know that you felt that way about us. It was the first time that the whole world had to come together when nobody taught us how to filter conversations that we had in silos and tone those down, change them, or adjust them for the general market, right? So a lot of people in those places where people like TC are telling us, TCU, the Liberty University people whisper, but they did feel some kind of way through this whole period because it was the first time they saw some of their black friends saying a lot of pro-black things. So Barack Obama came in the world where people in Idaho and Montana felt like, wait a minute, the whole world just turned black all of a sudden because now they're on social media and there's my black president, there's my black president in every rap song. And they felt like Obama changed the world and made it more racial without the consideration that this was the beginning of social media where we talked about race more. I'll land there, but I think people underestimate the power of what happened as the entire world changed with the advent of social media around that time, and then we still haven't recalibrated. I can't wait for somebody to write about it sometime. I'll stop there.
I'm so glad that you just said that because I never understood. I didn't know if they were just gaslighting, trying to gaslight the world and gaslighting themselves when they said that Barack was the racial president and was so divisive. I didn't know that that's potentially where that came from.
It is. I'm telling you.
A complete delusion. So thank you for that because
nobody talks about it enough.
Since they said it. But one thing about it too is that not only was it the advent of it, but they caught on to it before the GOP did. They did data, micro-targeting. David Plouffe, David Axelrod were just brilliant on that. And they stayed on message. So they were the precursors to that. And they out-organized Hillary, of course. And so I think that was part of it. But Dr. AG said something in the chat that I just wanted to connect the dots to. Because we were talking about mediocrity and DEI and the unwillingness to compete and the fear of competing. And she said something about the fact that because they would be found out in terms of the myth that that their privilege is earned. And something that I thought about in terms of Iraq was that there's also the myth of black inferiority, which is rampant all around the world. It's not just the United States. And they push forth that narrative, of course, on purpose.
corpus. We all know the stories. At the same time, when you would see people achieve a certain degree or you reach a certain level, we would shatter the myth a little bit at the time. But then when, what's representative of a Black American rises to the highest office in the land and the highest office basically in the world, you help to shatter that myth. And I think that's one of the reasons people just lost their damn minds because of it, because it was a level of comfortability that we would always be second-class citizens. And I certainly didn't think I would see it in my lifetime. When I first heard his speech at the Democratic National Convention, I was like, okay, he's the guy. And I was also privy to knowing how he became a senator in the first place, which I thought was just brilliant, the way that he executed it. But a lot of people don't pay attention to those things. So yeah, thanks for the conversation. It's great one.
Yeah, I think the other thing about saying it was just purely a reaction is that, like, if Ted Cruz had tried to do the same talking points and the burger thing the same way Trump did, it would have never worked for him. He would have been called a clown. Trump had, like, a special permission slip to be able to do that because of how many years he had in history and the range of relationships he had, but it allowed his followers to justify the behavior as not being racist. So Trump had some things that were unique to him that no other candidate could have had. So that's why I say it's not purely a thing with backlash.
CEO, both of those things are true. It is the backlash, and because of who Donald Trump is, he could execute it without much consequence, right? So no, yeah, you're correct. It is who he is, who he was, who people knew him to be, that allowed him to leverage that in a way that no other candidate could, because they had been so in line with traditional political practice, traditional political convention, and just political tradition. The whole idea of the gentleman's agreement went out the window with Donald Trump. And part of that was the gentleman's agreement to just common decency, right? There are things you just don't say. There are things you just don't do, right? And so you're correct. So he could package all of that animus, all of that anxiety, and he could deliver it because of who he was and who people understood him to be.
It's also historically accurate too that whenever any marginalized groups make steps forward, there's always a huge backlash, and I think that was a huge part of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm misinterpreting. I just want to get a definition. When you all say major, huge, do you mean more than 50%? Do you mean it was a reason more than the other? It was a plurality? Like, what are you saying? So I might be measuring it.
So I'm saying that it was the genesis, is what I'm saying. I'm saying it was the kernel, that it was present and it had multiple iterations. For some people, it was about policy, that Barack was opening up access to people who had previously been denied access through his policies and through his agenda. For some people, it was about the demographic shift and power, right? For some people, it was about the social culture. So I'm saying that it was the kernel thing, but it manifested in all of these different ways. Some obviously identifiable as being attached to anti-post-Obama, some of it a little more subtle and muted. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you said it in a palatable way. I'll yield.
Hey, CEO, the thing I would like to ask, man, why do brilliant people like yourself discuss Donald Trump's election campaign with words like, he was smart, or he did it, or he dismantled the competition, and so forth and so on, and then you use words like he said little Marco and this, that, and the third. It's just amazing to me, and how in terms of the words that we use as either academics or intelligent people to discuss Trump's campaign as if they're intelligent. Most of his campaigns, he's not
of two things happens. Either you get branded or you get labeled. So Jeb Bush, had a difficult time getting traction for himself. He had a difficult time branding himself. And so what Trump did was label him as low energy Jeb, and then he could not overcome that. So that thing defined him. Marco Rubio, same thing. So what Trump did was define the other candidates instead of them defining themselves. And in the context of politics, that is the most genius thing you can do. If you define your opponent for them, as opposed to them defining themselves, you will win. So that is, in terms of just classic political theory, that is genius.
Or can you use more Machiavellian or diabolical than genius? I don't even like to use the word genius. If we're talking about branding, let's not brand them genius. Let's brand them diabolical.
So I can say just, and then I'm going to do my literature thing for a second. But there's a wonderful book by the writer Colson Whitehead. People should read it if they're interested in branding and marketing. And it's called Apex Hides the Hurt. And one of the things in the novel, and that CEO was pointing out, is that all of this Trump stuff was happening around the time when being a brand was a thing. People were investing in people because they were investing in their brand, whether it was a lifestyle brand, political brand, whatever. And having a brand or being branded was the amounted to packaging your character. So Donald Trump's ability to characterize his opponents in ways that made them unattractive to the voter, that was, strategically very effective. You may say, I don't know that he did it himself. He may have, I don't know. But I mean, it was politically astute, right? Because he recognizes the importance of a brand when you're selling things. So I think his experience as a branding himself, right? Selling himself as a brand served him well in the political arena. I do agree with CEO on that was a winning sort of strategy, bigly.
Well, it's been a bigly strategy for most authoritarian leaders that if you're talking about the Third Reich or, all of the big ones, they were masters before Trump of propaganda, demonizing and branding. So I'm not heralding somebody that's the worst of society and using terms that should be reserved for people with actual brains, right? So I'm just saying, I get it. I understand.
It's not a heralding, though. Just one quick. It's not a heralding. It's just an assessment that this is the strategy that he employed and it worked. I'm not attaching any moral value to it. I'm just saying that he recognized the time that we were in and he leveraged that. The mid-10s where, you had all the brand, everybody became a brand, right? The whole argument was that you as an individual are a brand. And so it's not attaching any moral value to it.
How good is Royball's branding skills and what word would you
say it again? How good is
Royball's branding skills and what word would you use it?
You're talking about
I don't know what that is. What is it? What's the word? I can't.
Collective goals of the Nazis is what he's saying. I mean, he's looking at the chat.
I can't understand the word that you're using.
It's a person.
Oh, goals. Yeah, see, now, oh Lord, I hate when we go into the analogies, but I would not say that I would not call what the Nazis did to the Jews branding. I would not call it that. I think that is a different thing. I don't think that's the same.
Okay,
Yeah, it definitely wasn't, because Hitler used pure brute force. He used pure brute force to get a lot of things done, right? So that is different.
We're talking about it. I'm not talking about the force.
He's talking about the branding.
I'm talking about the branding and the marketing.
I understand what you're talking about, but I will say that for me, in my analysis,
I just think it's different.
I mean, was there something with his campaign that you picked up on or something?
He's reading the chat.
We know he's reading the chat. We got it.
And it would be accurate to say that the propaganda of Goebbels, Joseph Goebbels, and the Third Reich does have some similarities. In fact, Stephen Miller and Mo Steve Bannon have pulled some of Joseph Goebbels' own tactics.
That's not marketing, though, Trent. It's not. It's not marketing.
You call it whatever you want. You call it propaganda, okay? But it is.
So when you call it propaganda, you're calling it something else.
Okay, what was the marketing? Trent, what was the marketing? Can you give me an example? What was the marketing?
What was the marketing?
Yeah.
You just mentioned it. The marketing was branding people Little Marco and
No, I'm talking about Goebbels. I'm talking about for Goebbels.
Oh my God!
What was the marketing? That's what
the branding of the Jews as the problem, as the scourge that had to be returned, and the reason for the loss of the war in the economic.
That's not a brand.
Okay.
CEO is the branding expert, so I'll let him handle it.
Yeah, I know a little bit about branding too, ma'am. So, what Goebbels did, what Goebbels and the Third Reich were able to do, is to brand the Jews as the problem, and gain the sympathy of the public of Germany and Austria. So it was actually an excellent campaign.
You're only giving one side. You're giving the labeling. You're giving the labeling side, Trent. What was the marketing side? You gave a labeling side. What was the marketing side?
If I could submit, he also branded Hitler himself. One people, one empire, one leader.
Yep.
That was a
Yeah, but that's
Was that the campaign? Was that the campaign?
And they also dominated the media as
But
well.
Madison, that's a brand. What Trent is talking about, it's not a brand. A brand requires something iconographical. It has to be. Well, I mean, see, you can talk about it, but there's no tagline. That's not a brand.
Hold on. See, you can take it because I'm not going to talk long. No, go ahead. All the way from the iconic red and black symbols. The imagery that you've seen, the parades, the way the parades were organized, those were all choreographed.
During the campaign, though, or when you're in power?
Well, this was all throughout the 1920s and 30s, in his lead up to power, even to the burning of the Reichstag, and as it comes about. So anyway, if you study history and how Goebbels was able to use the media to play on the fears of the nation, a lot of similarities to what you see happening today.
I don't disagree with the similarities. I'm just disagreeing that that's a brand. Because if it were a brand, people would know who he was. The brand is inseparable from the product. So that's not a brand.
The brand was the Nazis, and that is still used today. And the leader.
The Nazis that's not a brand.
Okay, whatever.
What are you talking about?
But the leader was Adolf Hitler, who still pervades to this day as the leader of a symbolism. Whether you're
every president is a brand. Every brand, yeah.
Yeah, I think the bar for what a brand is lowered. I'm not
Significantly.
Well, to me, I like to lower the bar when we're talking about Trump, because I just think that, that's why I said we're talking about branding, right? There's a lot of things that we can use as people that believe in America that doesn't subscribe to his branding for himself or the country. And my only point was it was actually a marketing conversation that we should stop assigning words that have nobility and have connotations of good qualities to a man who's using them diabolically to oppress people.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to just just look at like anybody who's made it to the presidency and look at what the roadmap was there. And in my perspective, Trump is only good at two things: branding and marketing, and detecting what some group of people want and making them feel special. Those are his only two skills. I don't see any other skill he has, but those are two skills.
I have a question for you on that basis, CEO, I agree with what you just said in terms of being able to skillfully do that, but he's only able to do that with the lowest common denominator. So when you say that he's a marketing or a branding genius, then wouldn't that, cross over to every other demographic? If that's truly what you do, you're in the field, obviously, so I'm sure that you don't just cater to one group of people. That's the only people that you can appeal to, is the lowest of the low in terms of mindset. So would you call that a genius in marketing across the board?
Well, yeah, I mean, so typically marketing and branding, you're going to appeal to a core audience. You typically are not trying to appeal to everybody. You're trying to appeal to a core audience to support you, and so you laser in on them. It's very rare that you're trying to appeal to everybody. I mean, Coca-Cola wants to do that. They want to appeal to everybody, right? But typically most brands are not trying to do that. They're trying to focus on a niche audience. And Trump before the presidency, I mean, like if you look at the appeal he had with The Apprentice and some of the other things he did, and how he made it in real estate, and his name was licensed, right? He has hotels named after him and stuff because he had some broad appeal. And like I said, there's not like it removing people who are like purely entertainers, purely athletes, right? Like you're not going to find many people in human history that have gotten as much free media attention as him, from Oprah on down, right? So he has had that skill set for a long time, and a lot of it, to Gwen's point, is it's manipulation. Absolutely, it's heavily driven by manipulation, but it is a skill he has.
So I would add, Madison, to your question about, so appeal is one thing, right? So appeal in the branding thing, it's like the people who invest in your brand or who support your product. But I would think that Donald Trump's appeal or the effectiveness of his branding, I think it extends beyond his base, because in any given moment, you have people who are having conversations about him, about the person, about the attributes that he extols of himself, as well as his supporters extol. So there are all these conversations that are happening about Donald Trump, the image of him, right, which is very much about his brand and what he is selling. So everybody may not be invested in it in the way that they're going to go out and vote for him or they're going to advocate for him, but his brand is impactful across the spectrum, because there are people who never voted for him who are obsessed, right, with engaging around this idea or this persona that he has created, aside from sometimes what he is actually doing. It's more about why he's doing it. Well, this is in part with him. He's that type of person, right? So I think his brand has impact, but not necessarily people investing in it in a positive way.
Well, if you all want to call that brilliant marketing and the rest, but I guess it's the same people who think that people who do multi-level marketing or who find vulnerable communities, gullible people, the elderly, and prey upon.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Madison, I would just say again,
It's not the same.
I'm not attaching any sort of value to it, like whether it's good or whether it's bad or whatever. I mean, that's a conversation I'm willing to have, but I'm basically just talking about it on just the sort of abstract, functional level, like that he has managed to do this thing. We can talk about the impact of it, which I think has been negative in the main.
Okay, well, I'll just say that he's a brilliant con man. He took conning to a
There you
whole
go.
new level.
There you
That's
go.
pretty much it.
Now we talk.
Oh, we
And
said
that's
Kanye?
fair.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's a great comment. That's a great
And
comment.
he's brilliant at that. We're on the same
If I could
page
say
now.
this really quick, the actually, and I Googled it, because Dr. A.G., you make a good point when you say you're not attaching ethics and value to it. Coincidentally, that is the major point that the Google search describes between propaganda and branding. And if I could, I'll just read. Hold on a second.
No, but I want to make sure you get me right.
I promise you, because you said it a few times. I promise you.
No, but I'm saying in this conversation, I'm not attaching.
I'm not saying that there's no moral attachment
I
to
do
it.
not miss it. We're just talking about
Okay.
branding.
All right, I just want to be clear.
Sure. Let me just read this briefly, please. It says branding. I asked the difference between propaganda and branding. And it said branding and propaganda both involve communication with a target audience, as CEO has said as an expert, to influence their perceptions and behaviors, but they differ significantly in their goals and ethics. It says branding aims to build a positive and lasting relationship with customers by fostering trust and loyalty through consistent messaging and a strong identity. Propaganda, on the other hand, is a more manipulative form of communication, often used to promote a specific agenda, which may involve selectively presenting information or even distorting facts to achieve a desired outcome. So in this context,
I disagree with that.
Yeah, let me address that for a second. So that's an interesting point. It's an interesting point. It's an interesting point. I would say Trump has done both, right? Like he has done both those things. So it probably gets confusing because he's mixed them together so often.
Were you saying that sometimes he doesn't move in a manipulative way? Is that what your point is?
I'm talking about the arc of his 40-year life. Okay, I'm talking about sometimes like when you read that first definition of branding, that was his intention, and then other times it was just propaganda. So he goes back and forth all the time, right?
Okay, so
like, so here's going to give you an example. Do I think he was trying to be manipulative to get people to like pay for a night at his hotel room? No. Okay,
but I didn't contend with his history in Trump vodka and Trump Airlines and Trump coffees and Trump soaps that all failed. That wasn't, or Trump casinos. I wouldn't talk about his failed companies as branding. I was discussing what you said when you were talking about his brilliance and his genius and his strategy on stage, demonizing and putting down in a sophomore, unintelligent, lowbrow way other opponents in the political arena. So I'm speaking specifically for what it says, where it distinguishes between propaganda and branding. So when you were talking about him as a genius, you weren't talking about his history as a brander. You were talking about his politics. So I was just saying, to correct ourselves and evolve, let's call him what he is, a brilliant propagandist and a smart comment.
The two are inseparable, though. So that's the issue.
Not what artificial intelligence is. Let's move on from there.
I'm talking about his branding and marketing background and his ability to use propaganda, right? The two things he worked them together in terms of his campaign.
But in terms of marketing,
you disagree with that?
Propaganda
is just political marketing.
Basically, that's what it's really saying. It's basically saying if you're, using dogma and you're trying to, exploit white anxiety and doing all the things that Trump says in a specific way. That's why I made that analogy to the Third Reich, because in that diabolical way, you're right. He's using marketing. Every demon, the devil uses marketing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so I'm just saying. Do we call it devil genius?
Marketing to sell me a viable product is one thing. Marketing to sell me something that doesn't exist, or a la Trump University, is a scam. There's a difference.
Oh yeah, Trump University was a scam, but Trump Hotel was not, right? So there's differences, right? And this is why it's difficult, because normally you don't have the same person engaging in both behaviors with such fluidity as him. Like even on the campaign trail, CEO, I mean, I think you'd agree at least 10% of what he says he believes. So that 10% would then count as branding and marketing, even by your definition.
And I think if we let's leave it here because I don't want to bore the room. And I think they were talking about migrating to another one, but let's just leave it here, man. At the end of the day, yes, you probably can't put a branding e-smart tab on any demonic person that manipulates the people. But for me personally, I'm going to continue to not use words that should be reserved to people with good ethics when I use those cool words that you guys are using.
And I think that's a great line of demarcation. It reminds me of when I went to my entertainment financing class at UCLA. And he drew a whole bunch of stuff up on the board. And then on the right board, he just drew a pigeon. And he didn't focus on the numbers at all. He said, okay, this is your pigeon. And you need to go out and find it. And the pigeon was the investor. And that was and do whatever it is that you have to do to get the pigeon. And that was the class. And I was just like, you have got to be kidding me. But I guess it depends on what an individual ascribes to.
Yeah, I mean, there's another person we could just reference quickly who I knew personally, Eddie Long, right? Terrible person in my opinion.
Who is that?
He was good at branding.
Who is that?
Eddie Long, Bishop Eddie Long.
Right.
In Atlanta, do you remember him? Yeah. So I knew him, terrible person in my opinion, but he was good at branding and marketing for many years, right? Do you disagree with that?
He's a pastor, so yeah.
I'm trying to figure what, man.
I'm trying to see the correlation. Yeah, I guess I don't know.
He was a highly manipulative person, right? So, like we're talking about, there was some propaganda elements there, but he also was good at branding and marketing. So it wasn't always negative, right? So that's my point. That's another example like Donald Trump. That is my point.
But pimps are good at branding and
Branding and marketing.
Do we really want to call it that?
Christians use branding and marketing or propaganda. Christians use propaganda to justify your ancestors being slaves and women being subservient.
There's a cheat to this that you are conflating something. Okay, so like when you say the pimp aspect to it, right? You're starting from a place of legality, right? So if you're starting from a place of illegality, then you don't use the terminology typically. So that's the difference.
That's Trump's then. We want to talk about
Trump. Is Trump Hotel illegal? Is Trump Hotel illegal?
Well,
is that illegal?
Well, it was a scam. I'm not talking about Trump Hotel. I was talking about Trump University. So he has done some illegal things.
Of course he has.
Okay, so should we not be using those terms then? Maybe?
You can use them. Of course you can use them.
But then you can use it when it comes to pimps too.
I said you can use them. No, but with a pimp, it's illegality that's the entire premise. That is the entire premise.
Pimps don't do illegal stuff all the time. Just saying.
The pimp, the part that involves them being a pimp is ultimately for an illegal activity. Like, I mean, do we really have to, are you being serious about this?
Yeah, this is going somewhere, I don't know.
Yeah, I was being absolutely serious, and as ridiculous as that sounds to you, it sounds ridiculous to me to say those things about Trump in such a glowing way.
There's 50 other percent of the population that thinks that Obama was a diabolical person. Now, I don't agree with that, but
Who are you referring There are none in this comment.
Okay, all right, there's 30%.
When you let little Mexico come in. Crazy. Your brain, just like
no, let me. Okay, so yeah, there are 30% of the population that thinks that Obama.
Oh, it's 30%.
Yeah, it's 30%. 30% is probably more accurate.
The Trump brain is 30%.
Okay, listen, I'm just saying.
Just make your point without false facts. Just say there are people who believe. Just make your point.
Okay, thanks, doctor.
You're
So
welcome.
there are people that think that Clinton and Obama are just as successful as you think that
Trumpers come
that-
here and want
that
me to
Trump
say
is.
anything.
It wasn't that long ago that a lot of people on this stage probably thought that President George W. Bush was as diabolical and detestable as Trump is today.
No, there's no comparison. Get the hell out of here.
I agree. No, I agree.
People don't think that. They think about a Dick Cheney. They don't think about a George W. Bush. They think about a
Well, who was at the helm of the Iraq War? I think it was Bush.
It was Dick Cheney. Stop.
No, that was Dick Cheney.
Cheney. Okay, never mind.
That was Rumsfeld and Wolf.
Yeah, so Trump wants to. Does anyone have information? Trump is supposedly releasing these files. I don't know if it's tomorrow or whatever.
He ain't gonna release everything. Tell him release that album.
He's gonna release the part that benefits him.
So this is.
AJ, you're on mute, love.
Yeah, I went on mute. Sorry.
Okay.
I muted myself. Sometimes you need to do that, people. Take a lesson.
Yeah, and the reason why, like, one of the talking points coming out is why didn't Biden release Epstein files on Trump? What happens tomorrow is going to be the reason why, because now there's basically an arms race, and Trump's going to release a bunch of stuff at Dems. When Dems take power in Congress, they're going to try to release all stuff on Republicans, and so now all of it is going to come out and be weaponized. So Biden was attempting to avoid that.
Oh, the headline I read says that he has authorized her to seek the release. Not that they're going to release.
No, then that means nothing. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarity. Yeah.
Yes, it says
that means nothing.
Pam Bondi may seek the release of grand jury testimony from Jeffrey Epstein's case.
And then we're going
President falling short of demands for all of the files.
Yeah, and then we're going to
People
say
need
that.
to learn how to read and stuff and stop giving pieces of information and misleading people.
Yeah, because then we're going to say Comey's daughter. We're going to say. We're going to say Comey's daughter buried the evidence or something, right? That's why they fired her. So that's what we're saying.
And then I'm blaming it on Hunter Biden. The Epstein files are in Hunter Biden's laptop, right? In his laptop.
Yeah, so basically nothing we didn't know is what she's seeking to do. To look like, to have the appearance that she's doing something, but not.
Correct. That is correct.
I just came in here today. I think you're probably about 8 or 9 months. CEO and some others is out here. Yeah, I see Lisa. You're probably about 8 or 9 months from them starting to talk about the 25th Amendment. I think Trump is much sicker than they are letting on, and I think it's becoming physically apparent. But for me, it was when he forgot that he appointed. When he forgot that
Jerome Powell.
When he forgot that he appointed Jerome Powell and blamed Biden for Jerome Powell, when he just the day before had said that Biden had made a terrible decision, or maybe 2 days before, said Biden made a terrible decision, or he made a bad decision in appointing Jerome Powell. Even I'm getting confused. But that was such a slip up. I see the dementia. I think there is a heart condition. They're putting makeup on his hands. He's got a much more serious issue than we know. And I give it to about mid next year, maybe early next year, that they start talking about the 25th Amendment.
This is what I want to hear everybody talking about. I said this before in this room, and I will say it again. I haven't been on the app, but when I am here, this is the This is the propaganda that I'm going to be pushing. Trump as a tainted brand. He's demented. He's senile. He's incompetent, and he is not making decisions. The fact that Hegseth could pause the weapons to Ukraine without consulting him and without even informing him, that's a bad sign about how decisions are being made that affect the safety and security of this country. The fact that he does not know what is going on in a bill that he proposed, and he's out here advocating and telling people that they won't cut his Medicare. There's no Medicare cuts in this bill. The fact that he does not know that the thing substantially slashes Medicaid, I'm sorry. The fact that he doesn't know who he hired, he doesn't know the years when he was president, that he was president when the Epstein investigation began. It began with him. Like, these are things that should be concerning. This is not tripping up steps. This is not slurring your words. This is not mixing up syllables as you articulate a sentence. This is not that. This is severe mental and cognitive decline, and we should be screaming this from the rafters.
Well, one question about that, Dr.
America, you a danger, girl.
What percentage of it is
Yes.
just lying about?
What percentage?
What percentage of it is just pure lying? Like, I agree very definitely.
Oh, now it's just lying.
No. I said I agree. Hold on a second. I agree there are a lot of memory issues there, but I'm just asking what percentage of it is just typical lying.
I don't believe that it's lying because being 76 years old, I remember when Ronald Reagan was president, people tried to make all kinds of excuses for him when he testified before Congress about all the things he could not recall. They made all kinds of excuses. He's covering up. He's just making it up. And it turns out that he was demented, right? And that Nancy Reagan, his dutiful and faithful wife, was making a lot of decisions on his behalf. So, having very strong recollection of that history, I know it when I see it.
Wait a minute.
Yes, he's a liar. He has a history of lying. All of that is true.
But this is
Is
lying.
something different.
Dr. AJ, who's saving me said?
I am.
Girl, you lying to me.
Oh, I thought she was talking about.
Like me, though.
Damn, Dr. AJ.
You an OG, triple OG for real.
And Dr. AJ.
Hold on, Tia, because he said the other day that he regretted appointing Powell. And then 2 days later said that Biden appointed Powell. This isn't lying. This is somebody that is forgetting. Okay? I'm with Dr. AG. I believe he's forgetting some things on the Epstein case as well. He's forgetting that the part that it was his department that was investing. He's literally forgetting and doesn't recall.
Well,
this isn't his
Speaking of
line.
recall,
It's only
recall.
That's on me.
Listen, CEO, don't be judging.
I only question it because his go-to has always been to blame Biden and Obama for stuff anyway. When he doesn't like something, he blames them. So,
Right, CEO, but in those past instances, right, we knew he was lying, but it's reasonable. This isn't my war. This is Biden's war, right? I mean, that's a little different. And what I would also reiterate is that people around him are responding in ways that are indicative of a serious problem, that they are not consulting him and not providing him with information. When he goes in front of the media and says, well, I have no idea, why don't you tell me? Like, what? What is going on? Why do you not know the measures that are happening in your very executive?
And lastly, Dr. AG before I run, so you have a very impressive aptitude of branding. So if you're going to attempt to try to brand Trump, what I need you to do is create a one-liner.
I know, I'm working on it.
Tell me what your one-liner is.
I'm working on it, CEO. I'm working on it.
All right, good night.
CEO, before you go, This is why.
He's gone. No, he's gone.
Wow. Well, anyway, I'll just say this. I think what the Democrats should do, and it's going to sound weird, but they should allow this Biden investigation to continue, because what it will do is open up the conversation about Trump. And I think they should allow it to continue. Go ahead and cooperate. Set up the committees, because it's only going to highlight how incapacitated Trump is. Me and Dr. AG don't agree on a lot. We're 100% in agreement on this. We're starting to see dementia.
Who's going to do the investigation?
They're investigating whether they fell for the auto pin thing, and now they're investigating Biden. Is that what y'all saying?
I mean, can you assess dementia?
Police are investigating. It's not going to be a real investigation.
I swear we live in the twilight zone, y'all. What the fuck is going on?
Lisa, can you assess dementia from looking at someone from afar in clips?
You can assess it by listening to them.
No.
Okay.
No. And I think we're overusing the diagnosis of dementia.
I was going to say the same thing.
You can hear it when somebody talks, Lisa.
You're not a physician. You don't know his
I'm not a physician.
Don't interrupt me when you ask me a question. Thank you.
I
You don't know his baseline, and he is of age. So when you get of age, you call me and talk to me for a little while.
Yeah, well, we saw it.
I'm simply saying
you, Dr. AG.
No, Lisa, I understand.
I'm responding to what Trent is, whoever asked me that question.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just saying, I just want to say,
I was crazy to ask you that.
I've been POA for 3 people with dementia. And in one instance, I green-lighted, like I indicated to their family, like something's going on, you need to get them checked out. So I'm not diagnosing him as having dementia, but I am saying that there are signs in his behavior of some dementia adjacent. He has dementia adjacent behavior. There is some serious issues in his speech, in his recollection, how he recalls things, at the times that he places things in. Yep. He's very rarely present in the present.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, so I'm not diagnosing him. I'm saying though that there are some indications of some cognitive issues.
And I agree with the cognitive issues. My auntie, my mother's sister, is getting she's already been diagnosed with dementia. She went to a forensic nephrologist and psychologist. So we're dealing with that. My mother is dealing with that, and she got it relatively young. She's not in her 70s, not even near it. So I agree. There are some contributing behaviors, and it's apparent. But I was like, I'm not gonna say anymore, because a lot of people are forgetful. A lot of people, especially, how old is he now? I don't even know how old he is. So I'll just say 80 years old. Let's just round it up. And for what he's got going on physically, his physical assessment is a lie. His history and physical is fraudulent. So yeah, there are probably some contributing factors to why his brain is not functioning properly if it's not being properly fed by the blood vessels that are leading up to his brain, and the vessels in your brain are very, very small. So once they get occluded or get even narrowed, it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? So that could be a contributing factor to his cognitive, like suspect shit that's going on with him. So yeah, it might be both.
Did they say he had venous insufficiency? Remembering that.
Yes.
Well, I think
that's not something. That's not something that's like I forget the word. It's not acute. That takes time.
Yeah, it's a chronic thing.
Yeah, so they have been lying.
So they've been lying
about his health.
Narrowing.
Oh, do tell. They've been lying about his health.
This is one more thing I want to say. We did see this in John McCain before his famous mishap in the Senate, he was giving interviews where it was clear that there wasn't something.
John McCain's health, was he president? No.
No. What I'm saying is we saw when I'm addressing Lisa's point, when somebody is giving interviews and they're not formulating sentences correctly, or they're not all there, like Dr. A.G. saying maybe it's not dementia, it's something. Okay, there's obviously a cognitive impairment because he's misplacing dates. He's forgetting
something. That is a good point. It's something.
Yeah.
And
just something.
I'm just saying, we saw this with John McCain, and as much as he tweets and as much as he talks, it's going to be even more apparent with
John McCain had glioblastoma, stage 4. Yeah. So that's something he was diagnosed with. There was no question.
And glioblastoma, do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's brain cancer. But we saw
and it's very, very rare.
In the lead up,
very curable.
Yeah, but we saw in his interviews in the lead up, we were talking about how
That's very different. But yes, cancer. I can't talk. I'm not going to.
Go ahead, Lisa. Sorry, I didn't.
No, you go ahead. No, I'm sitting here doing something, but you go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
What the hell? You two fight that night. Y'all did the nicest fight I ever seen. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Governing. Women don't get all upset and make them sit down. That's my point. What's gonna get mad?
And listen, I would caution you if even when you don't like somebody, I would caution you, and not saying that you're this is done in malice, but I would really caution you, I don't say diagnosing somebody, but kind of wishing these things on people, speaking on them, I should say, when you really don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not really a cool thing, man. Like, I mean, we can, there's life and death in the power.
I'm not wishing it. I'm telling you from what
I'm just saying you were wishing it. I said I corrected myself. I said speaking on it. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Cognitive decline does not equate to dementia. We can older people have cognitive decline.
I'm just going to say it one more time. The man a couple of days ago said I should have never appointed Jerome Powell. Then gets into the Oval Office and says, what the real problem was that Biden appointed Jerome Powell. This is not somebody and what has come out today, because they're putting makeup on the hands. It's a lot worse than I think.
When you're speaking, you
let me just say this. Let's talk about 50%. Generally speaking, when people say, so I can say for me, when I talk about dementia, I'm using it in a general sense. It's generally like I don't know, catch-all is the right word, but it's a phrase that describes various symptoms of mental impairment and the impairing of cognitive functioning. So it's more like saying, okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, these are 3 symptoms of dementia, right? So it's not like giving him a disease, because people get demented as they get older. And not everybody, it doesn't happen to everyone. I mean, my aunt is like 99, and she's not cognitively impaired, right? So his age is a factor. People experience cognitive decline. That's different to me than saying somebody has Alzheimer's, or somebody has some sort of neurological disease or something, right? To me, that's different, because dementia can be just a naturally occurring thing. My point is this: we spent 8 months of Joe Biden's presidency attributing to him cognitive decline, when to my mind, it wasn't cognitive decline, right? He was just old, fumbling. He was a very effective person. There was no indication that he did not know what was going on in his executive branch. And here we have a person who is demonstratively uninformed about what is going on in his executive branch, and decisions that he himself
has made. That is an issue. That is an issue for the country. And I think that it is irresponsible for the media to not cover it. It is irresponsible for people in the popular conversation who were so much on Joe Biden. I think it's hypocritical that they are not discussing these obvious signs of poor performance on the part of this president. So my argument is a neo-political argument about his performance as a representative of this country and his ability to make sound decisions for us based on how he is appearing in public.
I totally.
Where's Jake Tapper? That's what I want to know. Jake should be handling this shit.
I have a question. Did you guys discuss the letter that was released?
Yes.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Reggie. I think it's just amazing. I think it's just amazing that when you look at the history of these past, 8 to 10 years of watching Trump in the media in the political context, that we're talking about him forgetting power, which is significant in and of itself. Yeah. But forgetting all of his debates and how he wanted to put flashlights in here in the pandemic and pour bleach there in the pandemic, and how he had concepts of a plan, and how he literally was on stage in these debates looking like a complete, utter moron.
Exactly.
That couldn't even run a PTA. So we're talking about, if we want to make a cognitive evaluation as laymen, let's look at the whole 10 years and watch how now is not much different than before.
I don't disagree with that at all. Like, it's hard. I don't even know how you assess that when he's clearly he ain't been the brightest star in the sky ever. So, but we can obviously see that there are places where he has some cognitive issues. We don't know exactly what it is, but we know, he's clearly had cognitive issues, but it's very clear now. Like in displays, like he can't even be sharp.
No, we're talking about Maxine Waters should have retired 2 years ago.
No, Maxine Waters is still sharp, homie. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just want an explanation for that, Trent, if you don't mind.
I think you should have retired 2 years ago. Trying to find something. Did you try to find something? Because everybody, Dianne Feinstein should have retired.
Let him tell us why, please. Why?
Dianne Feinstein, I listened to Maxine in an interview. Her mind is still sharp. I just think holding on to power until you're near death is not the way that everybody should go. I think there's plenty of people like that. Why do you mention this?
You don't know you guys would crack me up. Did you say near death? This is wild.
You really don't think about the things you say.
Can I finish this conversation? You don't know who's going to meet her.
I don't.
So for you to say this woman who is vital, who has shown her vitality, I don't agree with people staying in office until, that's my personal. Yeah. But she is still very vital in her mind, in her spirit, in her physical abilities. No. Okay, you weren't finished. I want to get finished because I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
No, it's all good. Same thing with Ginsburg. These are people. But I think you owe it a responsibility when you've been in office for 30 and 40 years, right, to build a bridge to someone else. And when you're in your mid to upper 80s, granted, I give you Maxine is still sharp, but I hear slippage in her. I know she's a passionate lady. She's a great lady from California, one of my favorites.
Slippage in her?
When did she slip?
I was listening to an interview of her during, I guess it was during some of the ICE stuff, and she doesn't sound.
Okay, so can you?
She obviously doesn't sound the same as you.
By far.
It was, so I can play it. Wait, hold up, you guys. Can you tell me which interview it was so I can play it for the room?
No, she's in the middle of a crowd and she's talking about ICE. She's
in the middle of the crowd and she's talking about ICE, so I should have no problems finding that, right?
Yeah, you should be able to find it. And she's still passionate. She can still speak. I just think When you're getting up there in age and you can pass the baton, you should pass it. And a congressperson like her, a little different. Ginsburg, who refused to retire, was obviously.
No, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Point of order. We're talking about Maxine Waters. Don't start bringing anybody else in. That's why I came up.
I'm talking about a couple of them. I'm talking about.
I'm talking about. I don't want to talk about them. I'm asking you about Maxine Waters for you to quantify how she is misstepping.
And Lisa, to a bigger point, we talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But that's why you keep piling on, which, you know what I'm saying? He went straight to Maxine Waters.
We're not talking about Democrats.
Somebody else said it in the chat.
I just said Donald Trump.
In the chat.
Dr. AG, I have a question. Have y'all discussed Jerome Powell and him for getting the Haven appointed?
Yeah.
Trent has said that 3 times over.
7 times.
So, go ahead, Dr. AG.
No, that was my only point.
Mention Maxine.
When we talking about Donald Trump, we gotta stop letting people pivot and start talking about the Democrats. We're not talking about the Democrats.
Especially when it's somebody who had to be corrected earlier. He went from 50% had to be corrected to 30% of people who didn't like Obama. So Trump just talked.
Yeah,
if he's not corrected,
Talk about Mitch McConnell.
Fact checked.
Mitch McConnell.
He just rambles.
I just said Mitch McConnell.
Talk about Mitch McConnell.
Yeah,
If he mentioned Mitch McConnell. And Trump.
Yeah, okay, that's Donald Trump. I'm just telling y'all, 8-9 months, because it's not just this disease. There's something else. Bannon said it a couple years ago. To your point, Quinn, he said that Trump is starting to show signs of dementia. His words said he's repeating stories. He's saying the same things over and over again. And I think it was Dr. AG that said it. I didn't think about it when Hegseth stopped the Ukrainian weapons. I didn't really think what that meant, but you're right. They are making decisions, crucial decisions, without him, and there's a reason for that.
Well, I'm really cautious about saying things about people that aren't true, even if I don't agree with them or I don't particularly like them. So I'm not going to say that he's showing signs of anything. I know that the only thing that we can be sure, relatively sure that he's showing signs of is getting older. So that's as much as we know.
I'm sorry, Glenn. I have the clip of Maxine Waters talking about the troops there in LA, if you want to hear it at some point. There's lots of yelling and horns honking and stuff, so you kind of have to listen.
Yeah, but we don't want to pivot to Democrats.
Okay, Dr. AG, I just wanted to offer it. She wasn't completely coherent. She wasn't saying anything crazy, and she didn't sound like a nut like Trump at all.
Yeah, we just not gonna let them do that. We staying right here, because then it becomes a whole conversation about the Democrats, what they not doing, why they bad. No, the Republicans are in control of 3 houses. Let's talk about what they doing and how they, sliding us down a razor blade into an alcohol river. Let's talk about that.
Absolutely. But no, yeah, okay, I got you. Now, Trent, in the back, said there's no need to talk about Maxine. And you just got through doing it, and you just got started on board.
I just was responding to somebody else. One problem, look, you don't want to talk about Democrats, but one problem Democrats do is
No. You don't want to talk about Trump. That's the problem. No. Y'all do this all the time. Y'all just do this and won't stop. You won't stop doing this, going back to Democrats over and over and over. The Democrats aren't in control of what the hell's happening right now at all, sir.
I just said that Trump is going to be Trump. Ma'am, I just said that Trump. Ma'am, I just said.
Talking now. Go on mute. Let us finish. Then respond.
I just said that Trump, they're going to invoke the 25th Amendment in 8 to 9 months. How am I not talking about Trump?
Man.
April, where you trying?
company needs to fix that.
April, were you gonna?
You know
Fix
what's
that fire
going on, Deborah. You know what time it is.
Right. Deborah, fix the fire alarm. Get a damn straight.
Trent, you better shut the hell up off Deborah.
What is this fire alarm that everybody?
Fix the fire alarm.
Why you really gonna be that petty, man? That's some bitch ass shit.
I didn't never hear this fire alarm.
Do I need to come up? Do I need to come up to Rockwell?
Yeah, come on, nigga. Come on over here.
Debbie, that made me laugh over here.
I'm dead.
She said, pull up, nigga. Pull up. Come on,
Coming
Cletus.
to see you, baby. I'm coming to see you.
Come on, Cletus.
I think
You play too much turn. You know I love you, but you gonna make me bitch slap you.
wow. I'm taking you to dinner. I'm taking
Friend,
you to dinner.
can you explain to me how you were able to vote for somebody that is this fucking retarded, obviously, and then judge Biden on the same level and say that he's clearly showing signs of dementia?
Trent didn't vote.
You're the one. You're the you know, he supports him on some level because he's always wanted to vote for Trump push back.
Gemini, he came in here suspect being a Trump from the beginning. The first day he showed up, but I went to his IG and I saw his support for Trump loud and proud. So don't just take everything he say with a grain of salt.
Look, Gemini, here's real talk. Okay? Just because I think that we should have pulled Clayton Kershaw in the 6th inning, okay, and Roberts left him in, doesn't mean I hate the Dodgers, okay? Because I think they should have pulled Biden out and put. Why are you muting me?
I didn't mute you.
Yeah. So I just said.
Wasn't me.
Just because I think we should have pulled Biden out and put Kamala in earlier. Yes, I voted for Kamala Harris. No, I did not. I did not in either election vote for Donald Trump. I do not like Donald Trump. It's just something that April likes to repeat.
Man, that's it.
Well, it's something I saw on your IG.
You are mad.
Something I saw on your IG.
You seem like you
Like
got
now,
mad.
you see sign on his IG.
I would have no problem.
Did you have some Trump support rhetoric on your IG, sir?
I mean, there's things that I like the terrorists. So I don't know what you're talking. Yeah, I supported the terrorists. I don't hate every decision.
The terrorists are right idea.
No, I don't like that. I don't like immigration. I like saying. I do like
I hope he wasn't dancing to the song with his wife.
I like Lauren Freon. I'll tell you about that now, baby. Now, that's a
You
real different
gotta do that video. I think that's the song you should dance to.
No, I support a controlled border, but I do not like, deporting farmers and the people I work with. I just was talking about Taco Olay, which is a restaurant I go to down here, and they deported 10 of the ladies that work there. Nice ladies. I mean, Jim and I, when I tell you these ladies were as nice to me, because I can't speak Spanish and didn't know what was hot and what wouldn't.
Well, are you in cognitive decline? Because we've heard this story from you. You repeated. Pastor said your Instagram was suspect.
I am
Trump in cognitive decline.
I voted for the Republican Congresswoman down here. I'm telling you that. I met her a couple of times. I liked her better than the Democratic, to be honest. But no, I mostly voted probably Democrat on most, and I'll vote for Al Red or Beto against Cornyn or Cruz. So, I go back and forth. I'm bisexual like that.
Not going the other one.
Oh, you bisexual. Oh.
Bisexual like that is crazy.
Yeah, according to your photos, I believe that.
This before.
Because you be having a whole lot of men photos. And I'm like,
You do have a lot of men on men, a lot of men, male pictures.
I mean, come on. I'm pitching and I'm
I
catching.
got one black friend that
Pitching and catching. Hey, if you say it, I believe it. That's it.
Listen, Gemini, you would never say such a thing, would you, Gemini?
Fuck no. Fuck
No. Pastor, no.
actually I told you that you can talk it.
No, that's weird. That's actually one thing I would never say. To me, that's
He already said if his wife needed another man, he'd make sure she was taken care of. He did say that.
Well, that's not what I said. I said I had a friend that was paralyzed, and that I I had an understanding, after talking to him of why he allowed it, and that was a really personal thing. That's something I would never do, but I do have an understanding for somebody who goes through something and can't satisfy their wife, but still loves them and wants to stay together. Why he did that? That's a different story.
You want to make sure your wife's needs are met.
The chat going crazy.
I guess
Did y'all
he
hear
tipped
that?
that to his car, whether it was rich or poor, like wasn't said your wedding, but okay. I hope his wife could hear him that he was bisexual.
Are y'all hearing the pushback that Obama is getting right now for one portion of his interview where he said a father is not enough for a male, that sometimes he might need a gay man in his life to help him with his emotional intelligence, and that's what his professor provided for him. The father can't be every man in his son's life, and that could be a good thing and should be part of the friend group.
What speech is that?
I can play it.
Please do.
And what's the pushback on it?
The pushback is a lot of people. I was in another room listening, and a lot of the response was they don't want their children being influenced by homosexuals at such a young age.
Lord.
That's true.
And then there were a lot of people in the chat saying that's these dick-sucking Democrat dudes.
Okay, so now we on the Democrats. Okay.
Just telling you, that's what was being said. You could listen to the interview and take it.
JD don't talk loud. He keep trying to talk.
You over there?
I'm gonna tell y'all got one more time.
You heard somebody behind your woman that said what your chest was.
Bro, I am, man. I gotta loud my mic up.
Y'all be good. I'll talk to y'all soon.
What was you about to say, Jay?
No, I just said Megan's gonna have a field day with what you just said.
They are right now. I'm telling you, this came from the room listening, so I don't even feel like playing it in here. Y'all can find it. But that's what was being said. That shit is definitely going viral right now.
Let me read this off real quick. Former President Barack Obama suggested during an appearance on his wife's podcast earlier this week. When was this from? July 2nd. Okay. That men need gay friends to learn empathy and kindness while preparing for potentially fathering a son who identifies as gay or non-binary. That's quite a bit different.
Yeah, that's different.
So different.
Way
I heard the audio clip, and that's not what it sounded like. Here, I'm gonna find the audio clip.
That makes sense what you just read, April.
He was talking about a son, not a father.
Hold on. At one point during their hour-long discussion, Barack Obama, who noted he was raised by a single mother, suggested that boys need male figures in their lives other than their fathers to provide perspective, and then immediately pivoted to explain the influence of one of his gay professors had on him.
That's the clip they're playing right there. He's talking about how fathers can be every man for their child, and then he pivoted to talking about how the gay professor was very influential in his life and held him accountable and made him emotionally intelligent. That's what happened. That's how the audio is.
Really different.
This is why clips are not always the best. You need to hear the things in context.
Exactly.
Those sound like different things.
American men, and I'm generalizing here, of course, because it doesn't apply to everybody. A lot have been raised with this tough guy, hide your feelings, don't share, don't. That's the misogynistic view, right? They're not raised to be kind and empathetic and understanding. Like that's not the leading things that a man teaches their son. Am I wrong or am I right?
Mom comes in.
I think that's what the mother.
But they still need an example of a man doing it. Y'all say all the time that y'all can't really, like, I've heard so many men say that a woman can't raise a man, even though I've seen it happen a million times. But you all say that you need these examples from other men. So what the fuck do it matter if you're not watching that man have sex with another man? What do it matter if he's gay or not? And he's showing you an example of being compassionate and being, like loving, like
influence and impressionable at certain ages. And for me, and y'all can judge me all what the fuck you want, because I'm not homophobic. I have plenty of gay friends. I know I sound like a racist that say they got black friends, but that's a fact. I don't want my children being taught or influenced by homosexuals at a young age. That's me.
I wonder why.
He said college. Didn't Obama say college?
He said college.
Okay, so then
He wasn't just speaking
the
about
subject,
college.
brother?
But he said college. And
Let's just listen to this.
I think Brooklyn is college. Like, I'll just go back to Brooklyn's point. Said college.
I'll go back to Brooklyn's point because I think that was a very good point, and I want to reiterate it. So there are lots of things. So other thing like boy children need to see men demonstrating behaviors that are acceptable for men, right? Because all of the raising that happens with children is you're socializing them to go out into the world. And children need to see the variety of options that are available to them. This has nothing to do, in my opinion, and for the record, I have raised a kid. This has nothing to do with the values that you instill in your child as a parent. This has nothing to do with somebody compromising those values, because those are conversations that you have with your kid. But the same way you expose your kid, well, for me, the same way I thought it was important for me to expose the child that I was raising to different lifestyles. We traveled, we saw how different people lived in different places in the world. We saw how people have so many different experiences. I raised her to be someone who was aware of how the way that she lived wasn't the way that everybody else lived, you know, and to have respect for those differences, right? Because that's a value. I think exposing your children to people who live differently, who love differently, even if they pray differently, right, doesn't mean that your child is going to be converted because fundamentally you're responsible for those values. So I think Brooklyn's point about a man demonstrating that kind of compassion, I disagree with him that you can only get that from a gay man, but that's a whole other conversation. I know where he was going with that. I might, diverge a little bit on that. But I think that having a man demonstrate a certain level of nurture, a certain level of compassion, a certain level of
race. It was majority white men that were doing it and talking about
barge, disassemble, and take it away. So it's never what it seems. It's never what it seems. Basically, I'm saying the barge was used for that purpose. That's why the barge was there.
All right, good. But March, how you been? You going to the protests and stuff, or are you starting to see new people?
No, I don't go to any protests. I'm with them in spirit. But yeah, Edward, you're right. I think that there was no. I'm going to talk about the black community. I don't care what's going on. I want to talk about the black community because he had his baby girl. And he said, I don't want her to be one of these ratchet ass motherfuckers out here. And oh my God, it was straight.
Tommy is. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
He said, I don't want my baby girl to be a fucking whore or degenerate. And black women just come on. Honestly, we can help with it. I think
Tommy Sotomayor.
Jesus Christ. That's when we came in with the dominatrix and all that shit, man. Yeah, we was way back in the day.
Yeah, it's
And he's a good guy. He would give.
his shirt off his back.
Well, Tommy, the weird thing is Tommy Sotomayor. Like, I don't even think he's like. People like give him shit, say that he's a coon, but like he's realistic. Like there was a video where there's like this Irish white trash family, and when I say Irish, I mean like actually in Ireland. And you see this fucking square built mom who's like, yeah, go over there. I can't do an Irish accent, so I'm not gonna try. But she's like, yeah, go over there. Yeah, grab a hand, kick her in the face. Yeah, I'm still trying to do the accent because I can't help it. But, you know, basically telling her little girls to go and beat this black girl's ass. And all of these pro-white people were on Twitter, in this space, we're trying to say, like, no, I mean, don't you understand? Like, they're just fed up. And I'm like, and I come in there, and I'm like, dude, like, no, like, the same shit that you're saying is, like, not... Like, it's fucking trashy, it's ghetto, it's them acting like monkeys. Like, this white bitch is doing the exact same fucking thing. Like, we don't need adult women instructing girls to attack other little girls. This is not... There's nothing normal about that. And I was making fun of them a lot. A lot of these...
When he was dropping the ether beat?
When he was what?
When he was dropping the ether beat.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, shit. Okay. You want someone else?
But, I mean, you have to look at, like, if you go on Twitter, you know, I went into some of the neo-Nazi rooms, and, I mean, these are largely, like, retarded people. I just don't really have much in common with them. They're so, like, fucking stupid. They're kind of similar to, like, the black people, I would say, who think, like, once you get rid of whitey, everything will be gold, and it's just, like, but they're just kind of like, yeah, once we get rid of the fucking Jew and their,
I'm gonna give you a follow-up question.
They're angry bioweapons, which they'll consider blacks and non-whites, like, everything will be golden, and it's just like,
Shut up, you.
It's not how it works. I tried to tell him to drop that Nazi shit. Like, he was like a full... He was like a normal guy, but then within a couple of years of dealing with black people on Clubhouse, he just like went from an Andrew Yang supporter to being like full-on Nazi.
But I'll tell you what, no lie. Very nice guy. Very nice.
No, we all know that the Jews on this app were saying how like they've never met like a Nazi they found so hard to hate. Like he was a nice guy.
I sat down to have dinner with him.
What drove him crazy? Like, what drove him?
He just got nigga fatigue.
That is true. I have to agree with that.
Was it just that, or was it like the transgender?
No. It was black people needs to pile on him. They'd be like, oh guys, can't we just talk about it? Like, well, what should we do? Should there be a solution? No, fuck you. You give my goddamn reparations in blood, motherfucker. And he's just like, well, golly gee, but let's talk about it. You know, it's just like, well, how he just
he wasn't in a voice anymore. He was like, fuck it, I'm done.
I gave it his best shot, and they fucking wore his ass out.
And I would tell you, I sat at the dinner table, singing out with them. In six,
so who to those niggas that wore his ass out?
Yeah, but
you know he gotta stand up to them. Hold on, ODM, but no, like Sig and KP met him in person, so he was supposed to meet me in person because he was actually part of a neo-Nazi organization in Oregon, or not Oregon, Maine, Blood Tribe, which were like kind of pretty well known at the time. At least in neo-Nazi circles.
What do you mean we were well known at the time?
you don't know where Pepe comes from? He comes from online hate forums and Discord.
Okay, shut up.
Vice President.
No.
This first guy we're talking about is a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, PG Fuck doesn't fly swastikas. Like, Blood
Jews will not replace us with nothing.
After our dinner we had together, he said, you know what? I'm changing my mind, and dropped everything. He said, fuck this shit.
That's good.
We shook hands and gave each other a good hug. Yo, brother, you my brother, I'm your brother. And he walked away. He was like, man, this is some stupid shit I was taught.
Yeah, that's a good thing. And he, for whatever reason, he didn't follow up. He said he's moving back to Arizona. He wanted to meet up with me. I was like, sure. And he didn't reach back out to me. But it's like, okay, as racist as I am on this app, like, like I would always push back against them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll use like, a lot of it is like trolling and humor, but then I'll often say like things, I'm not, I guess you see I'm like somewhat reactionary. I don't have the best filter, but it's just like, and to be fair, I don't see anything about like black people, for example, that I don't hear black people on this app say in a much harsher tone,
can't fix broken
much more
brain.
Insulting way than I do. And I guess that's kind of,
well, that's part of like mind your business. You know what I'm saying? We can tell each other, sometimes, but coming from like a white person's
no, I get it.
Y'all need to have a little more understanding because y'all applying that pressure, right?
No, I get it, but we have to look at it, but like when white people look at it, I have to say, like, even like I'm against like mistreating black people or taking advantage of them, anything like that. And even for like helping people that are disadvantaged, help them have an equal opportunity to be their best. Like, I'm one of those white people.
You're doing the best you can, man.
But if you are going to just like attack, say fuck you, give me this, fuck you, give me that, fuck you, you're evil, you suck, you blah 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 blah, and it's just like what you guys also don't understand is we do have like an element of belligerent white trash we also have to speak with in our own fucking communities. But quite frankly, we generally don't have conversations with them in public. Why would we have them?
Right.
And like, they're not up. They realize that what they do is like not acceptable by other white people. They're not even going to bother debating it. It's a dead issue.
Back in the day, remember you had your own room, then you had Andrew that we spoke on. Y'all motherfuckers was like oil and water. Oh my God. There was some hot topics. This is old school clubhouse.
Yeah, I knew you was talking like a so.
You talking about?
Are you black?
Who?
You, sir.
No, I'm American.
Love in your heart, bro. You gotta learn how to like show people some compliment.
I need to throw you a line. Let me tell you something. You know what black means? You know what black means? Zero. I'm American. I'm something. What you should learn about to be something.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Shout out to you becoming a house nigga.
Oh, okay then.
I will say this, KP. This is one.
What's up?
I remember this like over 10 years ago, and so in like I think it was like Waco, Texas. It was like was it Twin Peaks? One of those knockoff Hooters. You had two motorcycle clubs.
Live with Congressman Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com right now and contribute to the campaign to unseat vaccinologist and super debt creator Darren LaHood, a rhinologist, a liar, a big government, big spender Republican who wants you to just shut up and smile.
Congressman, it's great to see you. Congressman, tell us, what motivates you? What makes you think, Congressman?
Well, I sent you that passage about the Bible. I mean, if you want to be first amongst all men, I mean, give up everything. If you want to inherit everything, give up everything. And most of these people who are just spending trillions and trillions of dollars that we do not have, they're getting paid off in the back end. And so they're such horrible hypocrites. Everybody knows that the system is essentially fraudulent in design, and we have nobody who has any morals, ethics, or virtues other than a few select congresspeople and senators that are actually, voicing concern about all the fraud. I mean, when Stacey Abrams gets $2 billion to fight climate change from the Biden administration, isn't that a payoff for what she did to Trump? $2 billion to her nonprofit that had $100 in it prior to getting the $2 billion. Like, this is fraud, and there's no arrests, there's no criminal charges. We live in a very hyper political, lawless system, and it just takes people to accurately describe it and identify it. And X platform is really the cutting edge and the opening in a communication which for far too long has been concealed and censored. And you see how they want to censor me on this app. It's the same fucking game. I'm just the macro compared to the, I'm the micro compared to the macro. Like, what they want to do to me is what they've been doing in a grand scale, in the trillions. So that's what motivates me.
Congressman, do you think you can win Al Stern's vote?
Very much doubt it. I think that woman is so deranged and so full of repressed anger that winning her over will be an impossibility. She is one of the female hardline Democrats, socialists that are part of the problem, but yet she's a hypocrite because she can't actually admit that she's a hypocrite.
Could you get Uncle Steve's vote?
Probably not. I would say he's part of the opposition as well. Just based on.
He's a lifelong Republican. I mean, he just became an independent last year.
Well, let's say he has blocked every account that I've ever created, after one interaction or so. I mean, the guy does not want to hear opposing speech. He is an organizer of echo chambers.
Tell me, what's your view on abortion?
I think instead of paying abortion doctors and spending $1 billion a month to kill 100,000 children, since we do have a population crisis, we should give these mothers the option to take a $10,000 check to go have that baby. I love babies and I love women, and I love women that love women.
Be open to impregnating a constituent if it would mean getting her vote.
Maybe if we were in a committed relationship, I'd have no qualms about it. But just to get one vote, it seems hardly like it's a good trade-off.
What if she guaranteed you she could get all the votes on her block?
Jenny on the block? Probably not enough to, impregnate somebody. I mean, I'd much rather pregnate a girl that actually likes me and, loves me and wants to start a family with me because, she's got faith in me. Maybe it'll come after I win the congressional seat. Maybe it'll come while I'm trying to win the congressional seat. But I will tell you this, running for Congress has already gotten me laid with a dime. So she doesn't talk to me anymore, but that was probably expected. She's another
She was
neurotic.
moved by the fact that you had this political ambition.
Yeah, we went to this Illinois GOP event, and we, what would be the term? We stood up to the Chicago, Illinois GOP, and we confronted them, and we surreptitiously recorded them. And this got this one political chick really excited because she really dislikes a lot of these men that are involved in the Illinois GOP. And sure enough, yeah, next day she invited me over to her place, and we made it big in the hot tub. I'm telling you, it was actually like magic because I was wearing my Trump hat, wearing a sports coat, and this chick was just wildly turned on. So there is magic and power in that red cap, let me tell you. Yeah, it's true. Women are attracted to power, or those who are rising to power. It's a definite aphrodisiac.
They love a power bottom.
Did you see my text messages with that girl and how ridiculous all that bullshit is? That she's basically just a fucking escort? I know. So you're not interested in this? I'm like, well, when I need an escort, I'll be sure to call you. It's like, I thought you were just on a dating app. Yeah. You're my second kiss. It's like, how stupid do you think I am? Do you think I was like born yesterday? I'm 20 years older than you. You think I haven't met a fucking 100 of you? It's like you gotta, if you want to be an escort, don't say you're an escort. You know? Like you're going. Yeah. She turned me. That's a big turn off to me when a chick says, "I'm looking for an arrangement." It's like, oh, you want to be an escort, and you're talking to 300 other men through Hinge, and so is there like, how could a guy ever? Anyways, people are really gullible. Anyways, was that it? Is that all you want to talk about? Okay, sounds good. Hasta mañana.
Let's do another one more.
Let's try to organize a debate with the Democratic candidates in the district. Okay, talk to you soon.
I just feel like my mother's throwing it away because she doesn't like it. Congressman Rabbi told me that he depressed did not work out, so I went with his advice.
Yeah, I think it's much better for.
Listen, first of all, Randy is probably lazy as all hell, and he doesn't even work out. So don't take advice from him.
Congressman, I think like my best body was probably my early 30s.
Well, your ass, aren't you in your 30s now?
No, I just turned 40.
Oh, so you're accepting it now?
No, I was 39 before. I just turned 40.
Your ass is fire. Your ass is on fire, and it's called.
No.
Your ass is fire. Yeah, thank you. Not yours, Ryan.
Or maybe because I didn't take a lot of pictures in my 20s, so I don't really know.
That's an understatement. You know that song?
This boy's the bottom.
This boy's the bottom, yeah. This boy is the bottom.
You all made me learn these terms that I didn't know before.
Girl, the terms have always been there. We just opened your eyes. We made you woke.
Again, Nora, the only advice I can give you is go to the gym and read a book. If you don't do that, your life will stay fucked and it will get worse.
I know, Congressman. I don't work out right now at 11 o'clock.
No, I think you should eat a sandwich.
Yeah, you should actually just hit the leave quietly button and go to the gym right now and break a sweat and break your fucking lack of sweating and exercising for many days now. Do it right now.
Yeah, we're booty shots at the grocery store. No, girl, you need to stop worrying now.
Listen, you're going to take advice from these faggots?
We're not faggots. We're waiting for the right woman. Just take a look at this nigga.
Trust me, Princessia, there's no better advice than going to the gym and reading a good book.
But I'm looking at old pictures and seeing how beautiful my skin used to be.
You can't.
You make it seem like you're the fucking elephant man. You're not fucking
elephant. Yeah, you can't.
No, I messed up my skin.
Yeah.
Listen, nobody's skin is messed up. It regenerates. Go get in the sun. Do a facial peel. Use a microdermabrasion.
Congressman, that's the thing that's different.
I told you.
Go in the sun.
You can't go in the sun. Are you a vampire or a parasite? Which one is it?
I can't go in the sun because I did laser and it will hyperpigment my skin, so I can't even like.
Okay, so wait a couple days, wait a week before you go back out into the sun.
Wear a burqa.
Like I'm looking at all these pictures in the sun with like.
You really are stuck in the past. Like you really want your youth again.
No, I just want my skin back. I have my youth.
You're getting your skin back. Just don't overthink it.
If you saw how it was, you'd make fun of me forever.
Oh my god, you make it seem like you're like you're a burn victim. Like you really got like that.
I know that's what ChatGPT said to me. It's like I was like, be harsh. So like, okay, you weren't burnt in a fire. Like stop.
Nora, you have to stop communicating with ChatGPT. Go to the gym and read a book, fatty.
Yeah, they really said they did a research about how people using ChatGPT as therapy.
Yeah, it's causing psychotic breaks because people aren't using their brain anymore.
Congressman, you know what's so sad is right before New York, I was using ChatGPT and it was telling me, huh? It was telling me that there's nothing wrong with you and that the systems have abused you. And I'm like, fuck this in my head, making me think I was okay.
I use Grok and Gemini.
Really? So ChatGPT is making me crazier, is what we're
Yeah, ChatGPT is more crazier. Gemini is more sympathetic and empathy. They give you more advice. What? You didn't know that? What did you say? I said Gemini is more empathetic and gives you more good advice than ChatGPT. Oh, I don't ask for advice from them. Well, sometimes I do. For like, girl, shut the fuck up. Why don't you ask Jacob for advice? I do math. Like, what do you think? Like, I don't like proofreading, and so I just want to make sure that I write everything. I don't want to. Well, I'm dyslexic. I rely on AI to proofread. I'm just suspicious.
Nora, you have to exercise your body and exercise your brain by reading a book. Otherwise, you will be permanently fucked.
Okay, I'll get up right now. But when I get up and I look at my skin, it just like devastates me more. So I like.
That's okay. You're gonna recover, Princessy, but it takes you. You gotta go exercise. There can be no recovery without exercise. Your body, your skin will heal, and your body is a machine. If you don't work out the machine just crumbles.
Can I just work out in my room instead of going to the gym?
No, you have to go change environments. Go to the gym, fatty, and read a book. Trust me, this app is a fucking mind control brainwashing device. Don't use it.
Why are you on here perpetuating it?
I went to the gym. I went to the gym today. I'm giving her advice that I myself did.
You're a therapist, or you're having this advice on this. You're not having a great streak.
No, I have a real therapist, but I ignore her because I don't feel like talking to her.
That's not good then if you're ignoring help.
No, Congressman, because like she's just getting paid.
Well, that's her job. She's professional.
Yeah, this is unpaid advice, which means it's probably more genuine and authentic.
Yeah, no, I actually feel like Congressman has actually been so nice to me, so he can sense my suicidal ideation.
Girl, then why you don't call him when you're on your psychosis breakdown?
Huh?
How come you didn't call John Kitover when you're having your psychotic breakdown?
Instead, I called Rick.
You're supposed to. And he used it against you.
No, I FaceTimed him in New Jersey. I actually recorded it.
Oh, I want to see it.
I would, but I'm like showing it and I'm like, look like a crazy person.
Well, we're already seeing what you look like when you're crazy, so I don't know why you're being cordially all shy now.
Trust me, Nora, it's only uphill from here. If you start going to the gym and you start reading again and exercising again and eating right, like you're gonna feel much better. Your psychology and your brain health will improve.
Okay, before I go to the gym, I put a load of laundry in the washer. Should I go put it in the dryer or should I?
Yeah, it's good for like mildew.
Well, you got time. Like, you can let it sit in there for a couple hours before you got to turn it.
No, it's good for like mildew.
No, if you let it sit in there for more than 3 hours, yeah, it's gonna smell.
Nora's gonna forget about it, so tell her to do it now.
Well, then do it now and go to the gym, fat ass, and then read a book tonight and get off this stupid piece of shit app.
I can ask you to send
If it wasn't for the app, I wouldn't like go to bed.
Yeah, well then use this as the springboard.
Like right now, I came home after working all day and being around all day, and I wasn't on the app all day.
I think were.
I mean, I was on the app intermittently on breaks, but like I'm not sitting on there laying on the couch.
But the truth is, if I'm not on Clubhouse, it's because I'm super depressed. So when I'm not on here, it's because I feel no benefit from being on here.
Listen, that means that the app is using you instead of you using the app. You're consuming instead of selling.
No, I barely got on it. Today's like
Hello?
Jasmine's very mean to me.
No.
She's generally a very angry and mean person, but sometimes she can be funny and pleasant.
Jazzy doesn't care. You guys cares, but
Jazzy was.
I thought Jasmine cared about me before, but then she's like, I hate you.
Nora, I hate to break the news to you, but you're a 40-year-old woman. That means you can't act like a 16-year-old anymore. You gotta grow the fuck up, take your fat ass to the gym and read a book.
But I want to go back to my skin when it was 16.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a time machine. Sorry, but you're in the present moment and you got a future ahead of you. You can't go back in time. You know that, right?
I'm putting clothes in the dryer right now, just so you know.
well, we don't touch you on clothes. If that's an option.
Why? My skin looks disgusting.
Princess, if you go to the gym and you break a sweat, your skin condition will start to improve. If you lay at home and talk on Clown House all day or lay in bed all day for days on end, your skin condition will not improve and it will just continue to be fucked up.
But you don't even know what caused it. It was from laser hair removal.
This nigga has shoulder pain. You don't even have to listen to him.
He's projecting his own shoulder pain. Listen, everybody gets a skin condition.
What does that mean?
It means that a rabbi here has some anxiety that's causing him physical pain.
Oh, is that why my shoulder hurts?
Yeah, it's called tennis elbow. It's a psychosomatic disorder. It's called mind-body
I
disorder.
have a serious question for you.
I've been trying to reset my vagus nerve.
You know how they tried to medicate me and I'm very anti-medicine?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have like a mental diagnosis where you take medication willingly?
I have a mental diagnosis, and they have prescribed medication, but I can't take it. It's worse than the actual diagnosis.
Exactly. What did they prescribe to you?
Lithium,
Oh my god.
gabapentin, something called bupropion. It's all basically antipsychotic.
That shit gave me electric. Every time I moved my eyes back and forth, I would feel like I got shot.
Well, which medicine were you on?
I don't know if it was Wellbutrin or Buspar.
Wellbutrin, I think, had been prescribed.
Okay, but
That's why I say they say that going to the gym is 10 times more effective than the best antidepressant.
Well, Congressman, why do you think I have been working out consistently all my life since I was a kid?
You're depressed, Congressman.
I've suffered from horrific depression, just like what Princess is describing, where I haven't been able to get out of bed for 3 days and I just want to die.
You really?
Yeah.
Why?
Like exact same thing that Princessia just said. Like she's thinking about all her life's past decisions and why everything's fucked up. That's what depressed me. I was like, why did I do all this? I fucked my life up.
Okay, but I mean, like, but when was that? Or does it?
It was maybe 2000.
So how did you get out of that then?
Well, hold up. When was it?
2008, 2011. I was actually hospitalized and I had to do the habeas corpus to get out of the fucking psych ward.
Okay, but so does it, did it happen or does it keep, like, does it come and go?
Now that I have more stability in my life, there's less frequency of depression.
Okay, so it's not like,
housing insecurity, financial insecurity, relationship insecurity, all these things are contributing factors. You need a stable environment to maintain stable, mental attitudes and moods.
Yes.
If your environment is if your environment is chaos, your fucking psychology is chaos. And going to the gym.
Every time I try to do something, I have to make sure my whole house is clean because
it's so funny.
My house is messy.
Because I'm so depressed, I haven't been able to do my laundry. So I called my mom and I was like begging her, because she's like so fast at cleaning. I was begging her, can you please come and do my laundry? She literally organized my clothes in 20 minutes. Like that's how quickly.
Well, that's nice. That's what they do in Japan for depressed people. People in the community come to your house and they clean your entire house and they help to alleviate your depression.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just did one load of the clothes that she piled up for me. Now I have to do the
Well, guess what, 40-year-old? You got to take the fucking horse by the reins and take that fat ass to the gym and break a sweat, fatty. It's fucking science. It's chemistry. It's physical chemistry. If you don't actually create a catalyst and an interaction by breaking a sweat, your brain psychology is fucked.
I actually took physical chemistry in school. It was one of those hard, higher up courses.
Wow, congratulations. Guess what? We've all also been to school, but many of us have taken the determination that going to the gym is good for us, and you should take the same advice.
Yeah, but what's the point of taking care of my body if my skin is messed up?
Because your skin is going to heal. If you don't exercise the body, the skin is going to stay fucked up. How many times do we have to keep repeating ourselves to you?
Okay.
I tell you to go to the gym, fatty, and read a book.
Yeah, go to the gym, fat ass, and read a book.
Okay,
read a book. You can get your mind off of all the other issues.
Yeah, everything is going to work out, but you have to take action.
That causes your skin might also, or not might cause it, or contribute to your skin problem.
Oh, I'm looking for pants. Workout pants.
Look for these ones.
Well, now your laundry's all organized, so it should be a lot quicker to get your fat ass off the app.
No, I just did one load of laundry and I just put it in the dryers.
Here's another pro tip for you. When you go to the gym, fatty, don't bring your phone with you. Because I can't stand seeing fat pieces of shit on workout equipment just sit there and look at their fucking phone all day.
I hate being that person.
Congressman,
I have to do everything on my phone. And so I'm at the grocery store ignoring all these people. I feel like an asshole, but I have to do it.
If somebody's on the leg extension machine for 15 minutes looking at their phone, I fucking hate you.
I need to tell myself that my skin will look better, not worse.
Skin heals. You know how the epidermal layer works? It regenerates. Your skin will recover. You ever have a scar or a pimple? It takes time. It clears up.
I have scars, but the thing is, a laser is so powerful, and I can't believe I let them laser my skin like that.
Well, it's healing. What the fuck? What do you think the fucking laser does? It burns and destroys the epidermal layer in order so new skin growth can occur. You're obsessing over nothing. Take that fat ass to the gym and go break a sweat, fatty, and then come back here and read a fucking book on the app and stop talking to all these people and stop listening to all these people. It will drive you crazy.
I actually feel like you're being my friend. Thanks.
I am being your friend. This is good pragmatic advice, and Rabbi Dickerson, supposed fucking rabbi, would give you advice like this.
I don't have any clean,
I will never give you practical advice.
Yeah, he's a chaos agent. He enhances neuroticism and psychotic behavior. He's a fucking piece of shit, this guy. He's a fucking piece of shit.
If you give someone practical advice, that might push them forward in life.
Shut up, Brandy.
Yeah, I would never give. No, I wouldn't give practical advice.
If I wasn't such a sissy, I would have probably. I mean, I still. Never mind.
No, the best thing you can't do jack shit, nigga. You can't do jack shit.
Yeah, you can. You can take that fat ass to the gym and read a book.
No, I'm putting on workout clothes.
Nigga, I'm in the business of pushing my life forward, not pushing your life. Not interested in that.
You think you're worried about your skin, Princess? Listen to the size of Rabbi's nose. Can you hear that canopy echoing when he talks?
You know who he looks like? Do you know that Hamas dude, the son of Hamas?
Yeah, he does look like him, doesn't he?
The Mossad dude, the one with the hair tied back, he looks just like him.
I know.
Who are you talking about?
Rabbi here,
The guy
Dickerson.
that I sent you look just like him.
You talking to me?
No, Rabbi.
Oh, you sent me okay.
Well, they're both Jordanian.
Where did you send this to me at?
No, I didn't send you anything, Abuela.
I thought you were gonna send me some.
I was gonna send you a picture of me when I had an amazing body, but I didn't do it.
Listen, there's a lot of 40-year-old women that have bodies of 26-year-olds, and there's a lot of 26-year-olds that have women's bodies that are 40 or 50.
No, I in general, I'm not insecure about like that stuff. I'm just mad at how I ruined my skin.
Everybody has skin conditions all the time, and people recover from skin conditions.
I have skin conditions. Like, I have other things that are, like, but it's not self-inflicted. I went to a laser, and I let these motherfuckers, like, laser me without taking the precautions, and I'm just retarded.
Well, you're not in the X-Men movie, okay? You know, your skin is going to recover. You're not some mutant. You're still Nora Bandora, Princessia, the elevator screamer, who doesn't take her fat ass to the gym and doesn't read any books.
Oh, God.
You're too hard on yourself. That's one thing my dad kept telling me when I was depressed. He says, you're so hard on yourself. You know, you gotta loosen up your own self-judgment.
You know what? Your mom thinks you're gay. Thank you for that. Oh, you fucking thinker.
Yeah,
Randy, stop.
My mom is, when my mom says, we think you're gay, that's her just trying to test my mental health to see if I'm going to say, you know what, you stupid bitch, shut the fuck up.
Now, one time my dad asked me, are you a Lebanese?
Oh, maybe I have this here. Oh my god. Is it not okay to tell somebody to shut the fuck up?
Oh, be nice.
You don't have to be nice.
I actually, the one thing I have learned from all the stuff
like this lady that's sitting outside the grocery store today while rushing me to get done with her order that she wanted to do last minute, instead of getting out of the car, getting her fat ass out of the car and getting her own goddamn groceries. I didn't tell her to shut up, but in so many words I did. So some people need to be told.
This is proof that people used to do good contractor jobs, even when they actually had much less tools than we had today. So as you can see, we have this guy pictured here who is actually changing out the entire wall, and he actually does so with just a basic hammer, which is insane, honestly. As you can see, he actually changes out the whole plaster and plasters it in quite well too. That's actually why the shape of the hammer has that thing at the back, to remove nails and plaster, and then the front blunt bit hammers in nails, and other amenities, of course. And as you can see, he has almost finished his task, which honestly doesn't look too bad at all. And he didn't take too long either. Subscribe if you are shocked by his skills.
I don't lie about anything. What did I lie about?
Your symptoms.
What are my symptoms? I don't even talk about symptoms.
It doesn't matter what you talk about here. Yeah, what are the symptoms that she lies about?
You know what sucks is my brother has a pool and he invited me to swim, and I can't because I can't wear a bathing suit because it'll just hyperpigment everything.
Well, listen, Princess.
That's your problem. You know, if you manifest that shit. So.
Nothing lasts forever, so just relax. Take that fat ass to the gym and read a book and break a sweat, fatty.
I'm trying to find my sports bra.
We don't have to wear a bra. Those things are beautiful anyways.
No, my boobs are ruined too. Everything about me is ruined.
See, you are essentially doing negative self-speech in every single sentence. It's best if you just say OM, OHM, and shut the fuck up.
If I do what?
The saying is stop thinking and end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. And, you know, our patience is limited.
Yeah, you're right. my energy is being negative towards you, and you don't
No, it's towards yourself. You're not being negative towards us. You're just doing negative self-talk. That's a sign of a cognitive distortion
But you're
disorder.
absorbing the energy.
No, believe me, we have the power to deflect your bullshit energy.
Princess, do you know what GTTGARABF means?
Get the fuck out of here?
No, GTTGARABF. Get that. I don't know. Get to the gym and read a book, fatty. GTTGARABF.
Yeah, stop repeating yourself, because you are repeating yourself at this point, and take action. Action is the secret in everything. It's doing, not talking, that counts.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good girl.
As soon as you hit that leave quietly button, then you will know that you've achieved success.
I want to stay.
You want to stay? You gotta leave. Get in your car, drive to the gym, fatty.
Why can't I stay in the clubhouse?
Because nobody wants to go through your workout experience with you.
Why?
Because we have lives to live. We're here to help motivate you to take action, not to sit here and listen to you taking action. That would be boring for us.
Not only boring, but it's also damaging to our sustainability, because we're not focusing on ourselves, so we have to focus on your standards.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of selfish of you, narcissistic, egotistical, and self-centered.
Well, that doesn't make me not feel depressed.
The whole point is you have to experience the workout and enjoy it. Nobody here wants to experience your workout with you. We want you to be free from this app and to, take personal responsibility and self-sustainability.
Where's my keys? There it is. Drink my Gatorade.
Come back after your workout and tell us how great you feel after you finally break a sweat, fat ass.
I don't want to run because I don't want my boot.
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare.
Check out was made me sign up for it. It took 20 minutes.
Economic problem, we have a translation problem, and that's why go back to that thing I was saying before Albert came here, which is fast, cheap, good, pick two. Let's solve the investment in humanity part, and then we can move all that shit that I see 4 or 5 times a week, and I really do, like in my job, right? I work with geniuses routinely all week, all like fantastic stuff. And in some cases, there isn't a business model for it. Right? Like water scarcity is the biggest driver of conflict on the planet. Bar none. As a resource. And we could have water for 10 billion people if we started from scratch with atmospheric water generation, powered by the sun, for about $1 trillion. Maybe a little less. So it's not a money problem, and it's not a distribution problem, which sounds also like scarcity. It's about how to grow access to this shit, and we just have to finance it. It pays for itself over time. There's no time in human history I can find where we invested.
Yes, I heard this that one of the greatest enemies of progress is who's going to pay for this. And nobody wants to take the risk of funding something that could take a long time to pay off, or maybe not at all. And so we have successful people who
are confronted with the opportunity to risk some of their success to do something that would benefit everybody or ruin them. And, 90% of the time, we know what they choose.
Yeah, and this is why you have to create a system.
I want to chime in. I've heard Daniel talk in the past, and it took me a while to warm up, to be honest. And I want to start out the conversation being honest. I know that it took me 5 minutes. For some reason, you're in a place where, I don't know, you were describing, but I'm on board with where you're going on things. And to be in such a freaking fantastic place, to get a chance to work with what you call geniuses on a consistent basis, I mean, I think that is something I would hope most people aspire to. I know I do. I'm building something pretty magnificent as well. It's taken me a while to chew on and grind through it, doing other types of work. But I'm on that cusp of being, like creating a genius group as well. So I just want to interject.
Awesome for that. And I think this shouldn't be as hard to implement all this genius as you and all of us are having to do is the problem, right? And I don't think it's a matter of changing human beings. I think it's a matter of changing the finance conditions, right? Which is why what I'm looking, and there are others who have other kinds of very inventive ways to try to tackle the problem also, but the way we're looking at how to take that risk out of it, replace what used to be done by NASA and can no longer be done by NASA under our current culture. And in the entrepreneurial world, make it safe to build a bank for moonshots. That's what the Bank of Humanity is, where if they fail, Matt, hear this loudly, it has no effect on the bottom line. If we can't create that, then we're missing the point, because we're going to be dealing with the insurance impact from the calamities that are coming. So we can pay for the insurance now, is what I've sold those that are backing me so far.
Okay, Daniel, hold on. I am totally following where you're going. If I may summarize that real quick, and then let me know how
sure.
What you're describing to me sounds like the creation of like a new type of governing body whose responsibility is like progress, like essential.
Well, it would be a self-governing body. It wouldn't have any impact on anybody else. It couldn't make any laws or do anything. I'd have to live within the laws of
as like an independent entity.
Yeah, an entrepreneurial focused entity and owned by all of you. NGO, government, nothing like that.
Right, so if it does become an organization,
yes,
but it's going to have this level of like leveling up. What do you say? Can I say that that's kind of what I'm building?
Yeah. That's great to hear.
I mean,
it's better than mine. I can with yours.
No. I don't think this is a better or worse than scenario. Again, I think it's going to be a collaboration over time. Of course. I find before we go on, real quick. Sorry, Albert. One thing, if it were a competition, I'd win. And two, just kidding. I want to welcome Congressman John. Hey, feel free to chime in anytime, Albert. Please.
Yes, Congressman John, glad to have you here.
What up, you guys?
I think let's just go with the flow. We got the full group now flowing. How's that?
Yeah.
Well, you were saying that it's not a matter of your idea being better, right? Because you were about to describe to us how you're also working on this.
This is a nugget Rolex right here, but it's an aftermarket case.
So
watch here. So you got 36 millimeter old Rolex without a band, and it's the snap band, and you got this nugget look. So that's what it looks like on the wrist, but it's really popular. But I don't know, he's got one, obviously. He has a...
You probably ain't expecting me to find my country. Let you in on the secrets. I got one of these little tracking devices. It's magnetic, which makes it super easy to hide. It got global precise.
Never say you can't.
Are you there, Congressman? He's shy.
Sorry, I'm here. What did you ask?
Are you a congressman?
No, I'm a candidate.
you're a candidate, okay? This will be an interesting.
Oh, there you go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're looking for people in your position, actually.
Yeah, let me lay out the thing, and I don't know, Albie, if you heard about this from me. So we have conversations as they're now examining money and capital in new ways by ordinary human beings, not people in finance. And we have come across something that we put a lot of hours of research into. We do due diligence for a living, and we believe that there is a gaping hole in the way modern finance works, that if that hole were addressed, Congressman, that I hope you become, would allow us to end the debt in 8 years. Now, if I put out a big, tall claim like that, would you be willing to let me explain it to you? And if I prove to you that that's possible to do, would you consider aligning yourself with it? Because if you do, there's going to be a pretty significant super PAC organized to bring this idea to the consciousness of ordinary Americans.
Sure, I'm with you, Daniel. Go ahead.
So the gentleman who invented this, Scott Smith, is somebody who's had a really interesting career in finance. In fact, he helped create mortgage-backed securities before, as he likes to tell me, they got corrupted. This is only around 1989 or so did we begin to have a measurement on the monetary economy. Like there's a real economy and a monetary economy. We can all kind of, even with no finance background, understand that. The real economy, the material economy where we, perform our goods and services, where we get taxed, where we eat, all of that stuff. And the monetary economy is the entire interconnected global system of transactions that includes that on the currency markets, for example, we can trade as much on a single day as we do in the entire New York Stock Exchange transactions an entire year. That's how big the world economy is. And he did some measurement of this with data from the Federal Reserve that's publicly available. And he basically came to a measurement that the monetary economy is much larger than the real economy. And the real economy is where we're taxed. And the monetary economy is taxed absolutely zero. And the gap is so large, the difference between the two is 270 times the monetary economy larger than the real one we all experience and live in. And he says if you tax the monetary economy 0.5%, let's not tax anybody